anywhere, everywhere, and it has a quick response on our mental and psychological body. That is why we use the breath work. The techniques are mostly like wherever you are sitting, before approaching any situation we generally face like anxiety, stress and nervousness. In that situation we can use the breath techniques quickly to relieve ourselves. Pranayama is more precise and it is more systematic and disciplined, but the impact is more deeper and long term, definitely. So in pranayama, this is prana plus ayam. The vital energy, the prana shakti is already within us, and ayam means to regulate it, to control it. So what we mean here to regulate is like we can anytime lengthen, expand, shorten or hold the breath to enhance our capacity and qualities of breathing. And this breathing is directly connected to our mental body, emotional body and physical body. That is how it can enhance your physical and mental performances. So there are different types of pranayam. If you know like Nadi Sodhan, any one of us knows pranayam? Okay. So there are different techniques of different types of pranayam. Like we start from Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati is a practice where we actively exhale, okay? And we inhale, then actively exhalation. We do it with forceful exhalation, which creates a hyperventilation. And that helps in strengthening our core muscles because we use the core muscles a lot. And in that also, the energy in our system improves by improving more elimination of carbon dioxide from the body, as well as where in turn it improves our oxygen intake in our body. Okay? So that is how the Kapalbhati is used as a cleansing practice, removes all the carbon dioxide from the body, and it helps in lactate removal. Generally after sports performance, we face a lot of lactic acid because of the stress, because of the overuse of our body. We create a lot of lactic acid, lactate state in our body, which also helps removing, like Kapalbhati helps in removing the toxins and the carbon dioxide levels, as well as it enhances our core strength, which helps in stamina and build more endurance and stamina while performing any sports activities. That's how it helps also like less injury prone. इंजुरी थोड़ा सा कम हो जाता है एंड हमारी बॉडी एंड माइंड कोऑर्डिनेशन इंप्रूव हो जाता है प्रैक्टिस से. दैट इज हाउ इट हेल्प्स. देन कम्स योर नाड़ी शोधन प्राणायाम, which is like using the Ida and Pingala nadi. In science it is like sympathetic and parasympathetic system. Sympathetic system which is used for more activation, energy, and parasympathetic is more calmness, rest. Okay, it is towards rest and digest. It is more towards flight and fight response. Okay, so when we practice Nadi Sodhan Pranayam, it balances both the system because we need these two in balance to enhance our performance. If we are overactivated, then also we can sometimes disrupt and get distracted, and we will not have that body and mind coordination properly. And if the parasympathetic system is too active, that means you feel dull, fatigue kind of thing. So we need the balance. When we need to balance our system, we use sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system, which is Nadi Sodhan, alternate nostril breathing. We inhale and exhale from the other nostril, if you know the practice. Then we use rhythmic breathing while performing, maybe cycling, swimming, running, or maybe any activities, exercise we are doing. We generally use rhythmic breathing. What is this rhythmic breathing? Rhythmic breathing is like you inhale for 2 counts, you exhale for 2 counts. Suppose you are taking steps ahead. So you are running or moving or swimming. So you can just keep it in your mind that we are counting 3 steps for inhalation and 2 steps for exhalation, or maybe 4 steps for exhalation, or maybe 3 steps. It can be curated as per your practice. Then we do box breathing. Box breathing is like, as the name says, it's like a square box where you use 4 equal counts. Means you inhale 4 counts, then you hold for 4 counts, then you exhale 4 counts, then you hold for 4 counts. Where we use in every technique the Antar Kumbhak, means retention of the breath inside, and Bahir Kumbhak, which is retention of the breath outside of your body. So this helps in fast and quicker oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange, and which is very useful during our sports activities and sports performance. Okay. Then comes this box breathing also helps you in calming down. At the same time, it improves your alertness. It improves your alertness quickly. It gives you more alertness, less distraction, and feeling active. But at the same time, very calm and relaxed and balanced. That is what we needed, right? Okay. Then comes your Bhastrika pranayama is there. Ujjayi pranayama is there, which are again fast inhalation and exhalation, active exhalation and inhalation. This helps in enhancing our energy, body's energy levels, because it makes our body used to faster oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange. When you need to use more, it improves your VO2 max level, SpO2 levels also in your body. And then comes your more settling down, calming down pranayam is like Bhramari pranayam, which creates a lot of blissful state, at the same time focus, alertness, and it regulates the nervous system as well as. And then comes your relaxing pranayam like Nadi Sodhan, alternate nostril breathing, and Nadi Sodhan. It helps you to calm down and settle down. Also, you can use always relax it. There are a lot of relaxing techniques, deep savasana, then cyclic meditation. We use a lot of for faster muscle recovery. It also regulates your hormones, so that the stress hormones, it can regulate the stress hormone levels, and it can enhance the melatonin and more relaxing hormones. So it helps faster muscle recovery and injury removal, and as well as removing your body from the excess of lactate state. So it creates more of alkalinity, and it balances the pH, as well as it activates the brain's relaxing center. It activates the vagus nerve, which is also in turn helps you in relaxing in a faster and quicker way. At the same time, these pranayam practices also helps while performing also as a sport personnel. It helps like quickly to take some decision when you are in a field, when you are performing something. You need that quick decisions, right? For that also pranayam helps by creating that space for reaction time gap. Like means when there is a quick decisions you have to take, it keeps your alertness and focus more balanced. So it gives that less time space for respond, how the brain respond, how you have to react to the situation, how quickly you have to take a decision. It helps in that state, which is also very important while performing in a sports or any activities. And the basic things like pranayam, we need a empty stomach condition. Okay, we need a certain particular time. It will be much benefited when you maintain a certain routine. Also at the same time, breath work is like anytime, anywhere you can do it quickly. And you always need to start very slow, and you learn from an expert or someone who is experienced and expert in this field. After that, there should be a one routine. If a sports personnel can use a particular routine. Like for warm up, you can use the breathing techniques like Kapalbhati. You start with warming up, Kapalbhati and Bhastrika pranayama, which activates your energy system. Okay? Then you need to bring it to a balance. So you can practice the Bhramari and Nadi Sodhan pranayama. Then after that, at the end, you can practice box breathing, which is more calming, settling you down. At the same time, it is preparing you for the performance. So this is how the pranayam helps, and it is a very important part of yoga. And pranayam is a state where you can semi-voluntarily control your breath. Okay, and as I say, the breath is the bridge between the mental, physical, and emotional state. So by controlling this breath, by regulating this breath, we can always control our body, mind, and our emotional state, which is always needed for anybody to perform for any field. And definitely in sports, also it can help you to balance and regulate and enhance your performance quality in a much better way. There is no much precaution, it is anywhere, everyone you can do, and it is very cost effective. There is no charges for it. Maybe you need some, like when in the beginning you are learning from someone, that is all you need. And you need your own body's healing power, and which you can use and enhance your performance. It is, as I said, chemical free. It is no steroids, and it is like natural performance enhancer. I can say it as a natural performance enhancer, the pranayam and the breath work. So that's all. If anybody has any questions to ask, you can ask. Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Madam, so like we are mostly over here very much a sports person, sports specific. So in yoga, like do you have any maneuver which will help a patient in early recovery, or sometimes they complain of they have an air lock or a muscle spasm. Is there any 3 stretchings you can show for a back spasm, especially for any sports persons? Like, is there any specific, like in physiotherapy or anything, we have those myofascial releases we have, right? And sometimes we ask that we do stretching and all. But is there any yoga posture which will make sure that we can tell the sports person, okay, you just do these 3 asanas or stretches which will really help you? And is there anything something like that?
Yes, definitely. So one is like if there is a, as you said, muscle airlock or something, mostly I suggest like slow and long deep breathing, and with the like 4, 7, 8 count of breathing, like where you inhale for 4 counts and then you hold the breath. Okay, when you hold the breath, at that point of time, the airlock starts releasing actually. Then you longer the exhalation, that means you are releasing that carbon dioxide from your body, you are releasing that toxin which is holding, or the airlock which is holding back the muscles. And there are stretches like Tadasana is one of the best practice where you elongate the body completely. Either you can do it lying down position or in a standing position. If the person is like comfortable standing position, you can do it that way, or if not comfortable in standing position, then you can lie them down and stretch the whole body. Tadasana, I think everybody knows, it is a full body elongated asana. You can see it like on Google or anywhere. And slow deep breathing also, 4, 7, 8 count breathing we use generally. And I've seen like it immediately helps in releasing that muscle spasm, or maybe like not the severe one, but if it is a basic one, you can start with that. And with the longer practice, it definitely helps. And generally while doing also any exercise, people or student, they complain about कुछ अटक गया, मसल अटक गया, क्रैम्प आ गया or something. So I suggest this deep breathing, and it really helps. Also like yogic breathing helps a lot, like where we use the belly breathing, chest breathing, and clavicular breathing, which is like enhancing the lungs capacity as well as more oxygen intake and more release of the carbon dioxide. So these are the basic things.
So what I was mentioning in the morning, breathing, right? It's a new thing, right? It's not taught to us. So what ma'am explains, like this is one type of science which can help you in removing certain things. It might give some relief. So what if the Britishers or the British medicine says that if a patient has pain, it doesn't matter how you treat it. You just have to make him relief out of pain. So if you have to give analgesics, you have to do some stretching. They were talking most about allopathy. But in our science, we can't give many medicines because now patients come and tell us, मेरे को ulcer हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा. So you need to add 2-3 signs that releases the breathing things and all. How many of you have done martial arts over here? Or trained yourself? Okay, 1, okay, 3, 4. So then in martial arts there are few positions which you take, no? The dragon one or the crouching one. The most important is when you take both the head up like this and you sit completely down like that. Have you tried that? Have you done? So that also helps for your complete body stretch from the head to toe. So you can really apply your these skills also with the patient treatment, because sometimes I help them. It really helps. Okay? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello. My heartfelt pranams to everyone present here, honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests of honor, panelists, speakers, and all the dear participants. Wishing you all a very wonderful morning. Today, I, dietitian Prashanti, welcome you all to the 3rd edition of Sports Science India Presents Sports Science Conclave 2025, an initiative by Dr. Sarthak Patnaik, powered by S&M Group of Industries. Today, as you are here to embark and step into a journey of insights, learning and growth, I request all the participants 100% support with enthusiasm and smiles all over your faces throughout the day. From revolutionizing player performance, scouting and injury prevention to fan engagement and business operations by using data analytics, machine learning and computer vision for insights, AI has been doing wonders. To explain about this in detail, we have our experts for the very first session, for which the topic is AI in Sports Management. The moderator of our session is Professor Mahamay Mahanti. Dr. Mahamay Mahanti currently works as an assistant professor at Xavier's Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar. With over 15 years of experience in teaching and research field, she has worked as a faculty of computer science and IT in various colleges in India. We have our panelists with us, Professor Dr. Bhaskar Basu. Mr. Basu is a professor of information systems at XIM University, Bhubaneswar and coordinator of information systems area at XIMB. He also serves as a member of the board of Matsport Asia and is an advisory board member in JGDMS. Our next panelist is Professor Girish Balasubramaniam. Sir is currently working as an associate professor, human resource management. Professor Balasubramaniam has worked in the energy and manufacturing sector for about 4 years, with his expertise being in areas of industrial relations, strategy, diversity, and performance management with a specific focus in cricket. I warmly welcome all the guests on the stage. Join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause.
So very good morning to all of you. So in this era of education, sports management plays a very important role with various areas like health management, sports economics, sports operations, sports analytics. So here we would be talking about, today we will be discussing on the aspects of AI in sports management. Now, when I talk about AI, we all know it's artificial intelligence. But again, how many of us know about Industry 3.0? Industry 4.0. What is analytics? So do you feel there is a need of analytics in sports? How? Any answers? So let's make this session an interaction session. So how analytics you think can be helpful to sports? Anyone? No answers? So do you think statistics is important? Sports statistics is required? Why we require statistics? Maybe for prediction? Yes? What we need to predict? Maybe the performance? So when we talk about AI in sports, it's basically we have to manage. We have to manage the evolving era in the area of sports. So it enhances decision making, it improves the athletic performance, as well as it supports the operational efficiency. So in India, it is currently $19 billion industry, and it is aimed into 2030 it will grow till $130 billions. So around if I would talk about different kind of drivers which enhance the sports management, one of it is the rising media spend, sponsorships, government initiative, and growth in the fitness experts. So there are various key areas of application of AI, such as players' performance, injury prediction, game strategy optimization, fan engagement, and smart venue management. So especially we are trying to understand how we can use digitization, and digital transformation in sports. So there are various tools also. So we will discuss, and we have Professor Bhaskar Basu from XIMP and Professor Girish from IIM Lucknow. So we will discuss in detail how we can emerge with different areas that falls under the umbrella of sports management. So sports management can cater to an improvising career. So what do you think, what would be the takeaway if someone would go for a sports management course? Any idea? No? So when we talk about different analytical phases, we start with the descriptive phase, then we move to the predictive phase, then we prescribe the thing. So the next phase is the prescriptive phase. So when we try to move from one phase to the other, there are a lot of managements required, and this management also incurs the utility of statistics and how we can calculate, how we can predict, where there can be errors. But again, beyond this, what all things can be there, like looking at the cultural differences, how the players manage, maybe the wearable devices, the fan engagement. Professor of expert, they have an expertise on this. We will be discussing this thing. So welcome Professor Bhaskar sir, and welcome Professor Girish sir. So we will be discussing on the theme of AI in sports management. But before that, I would like to give a brief introduction about sports management and how that can be helpful to the audience here in the room. Sir?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think the energy level is quite low here. So what I will do is to set the tone. There is a 2-minute video there. Can you play that video, please? AI in sports. like you to watch this video and tell me, I mean, it's a 3-minute video. Where do you find applications of AI? That's what, will set the ball rolling. Just the first slide. Just the first one. Yeah. Can you give sound?
Artificial intelligence in the sports market is projected to reach a value of more than $19 billion by 2030.
Perhaps today, the ones that are really investing big bucks in AI are the large professional sports teams that have massive budgets for winning. And even a 5% improvement means incredible upsides for top football team, for example. But I think that in 3 or 4 years, we will need, maybe even have AI that will find new players out there.
Rizzoli is the CEO of V7, an artificial intelligence data platform that helps companies, including sport-related ones, use AI to identify everything from objects to behavior in video. He says the #1 reason for professional athletes using AI is for training.
It can get to know you quite well. And if it observes your games or your runs or your swims or whatever it might be for long enough, it's able to tell you maybe where do you differ compared to your teammates, where are you strongest and when are you strongest.
Let me give you an idea of how powerful AI tools are for professional athletes and amateurs like me today. I'm here on the tennis court where all we need is an iPhone, this swing stick, we place it on top of the fence, and then press start. I'm playing with Swapnil Sahai, the co-founder and CEO of Swing Vision. Using an iPhone's camera and neural engine, Swing Vision captures all the action and much more.
We have our AI algorithms that are processing the video in real time, and then we generate stats about the game. And then after you're done playing the match, we have a highlight reel of any point you want to see, any shot you want to see. It's all generated for you. So you can look at like all of your longest rallies, your break points, or like just your forehand errors.
The app keeps live scoring and tracks the spin time, speed of your shots, and where they land. And there's another feature that may literally solve disputes: line calling.
I don't know.
Through AI, the app determines whether a shot is in or out.
Oh, it was in, so I'm wrong. Uh-oh, whoops. Maybe I don't like this technology.
But
Okay, so I'm pausing here. Now, in this clip, I want you also to participate. It should be interactive. So tell me, from this small video, can you relate to a couple of issues that AI resolves in terms of team sports? Anyone? So we looked at a couple of examples. Anyone? I mean, a couple of them are obvious. Yes?
Like
Okay.
through camera, means like they are observing multiple players' movement and how they play, and accordingly they are improving. After that, they are improving how the player can improve in their sport.
Very good. So therefore, as Madam told, one of the important applications of AI is improving the player performance. Now, I see there are a lot of students here. So, I just want to explain to you how AI adds value. So, you have seen that in this video, sometimes the players, they have, specifically they do it in football, basketball, team sports. So they collect data about the players through sensors. Okay, maybe also how they are running, okay, around, what is their speed, stamina. Okay, there are various parameters that they collect, and this is actually done by their video analysts. And then the coaches actually look at these attributes. Okay, now the other thing is that they are collecting this data, but they should be storing it somewhere. So therefore we have these cloud technologies. Okay, very simply I am putting that. So you have a lot of storage space there. They store it, and then you need to analyze the data. Okay, so you analyze the data through various algorithms, machine learning algorithms, and in that analysis, you try to find out or correlate strengths, weaknesses of each individual player, and that's how the coaches can strategize, whom to actually use them, how to use them, and what are the formations, etc., to get the best out of the team. So therefore, you also try to improve the player performance depending on what attributes they are weak in, okay, and try to leverage the areas where they are strong in. So therefore, player performance also includes some wearable devices that they have. You see a lot of these very simple applications are those Fitbit, kind of watches that you have, which monitors the heart rate, pulse rate, etc. Because these athletes, you need to find out that they should not be overtrained also, and sometimes they would also need the recovery time between games. So they analyze all these aspects to get the best out of them, because as you see that even a 5% improvement can yield a lot of dividends today. So to start with, this is an important area. The other area which anybody can volunteer, which was highlighted in this video, where AI plays a very important role. Yes, there at the back somebody had raised his hand. Yeah. Is there a microphone? Okay, you can stand up and.
I hope so. I'm loud enough.
Yeah.
Sure. So whether there is a data, there is a use of programming, AI, and machine learning. So normally in terms of high performance sector, or is like if you are like normal.
No, my question is, in this video, is there any other application of AI that you saw that?
Okay.
Did you look at this video?
Yeah, obviously. Like, in terms of tactical also, like we can understand so many metrics that we can derive from that video, and we can make a use of it. We can understand who is the best, who can do something best in it. Not necessarily everyone can do best in all the metrics. So when we have those videos, already some of the data which will be coming out. Out of it, we can understand like what things needs to be improved. This is what we are doing with GPS in terms of post plays, all the technologies.
So that is what we discussed in the player performance and team performance part. Any other, I'm saying that besides this, did you actually get to understand or know any other aspect? Yes, there is another hand there, that lady. You can take the mic.
It also showed that if the ball is in court or out court, so according to a referee decision, it could be biased.
Very good. So, line calls were very much debatable earlier, and you see one of these, line calls, if it goes here and there somewhat, it's actually probably a matter of a difference between, as much as, $50,000 or so, because that's the prize money that you get. So let's say in tennis, Wimbledon, or in badminton tournaments. So this much of, it's like a 0.0001 kind of millimeter, that much accuracy or differences they can catch. So that is where also, we are using the applications of AI, and some of you who might be watching football matches, soccer matches, So we have the VAR, okay, which rules out the offside. Even that is an application of AI where they actually look at these line calls, etc. Even in cricket, so all across the games, they actually check whether the ball has crossed the boundary line or not. So it's a matter of not even inches, it's about millimeters that they check. Okay, I think I at least got you going early in the morning. So I think Girish can add to.
Namaskar. It's good to be here in Bhubaneswar and good to be addressing young students out here. The first question that we need to understand or debate is, as a sports, ma'am already gave certain statistics. It is now a multi-million-dollar industry, and as a result, when the teams are contesting, they are contesting to win. And winning, so you don't want to adopt unfair means to win, but you want to win, and so you want to strategize or optimize your chance of winning. यहाँ पर कोई मूवी देखता है? Anyone movie fans? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, sir. Yes, great. You've heard about this movie Moneyball? Moneyball? सुना है Moneyball? Leonardo DiCaprio I'm sorry, Brad Pitt movie. It is there. It's actually based on usage of data to optimize your team selection. Very interesting movie in the context of American baseball, and perhaps one of the first movies to actually demonstrate the usage of data for the team selection. And so why I'm bringing this right now is, like Sir has already pointed, Ma'am has already pointed, that performance tracking and using the performance tracking, optimal team selection is becoming a very important the question. In fact, even as I'm speaking, this weekend has been a very interesting weekend. While on the one hand, India won the cricket series, one-day series yesterday. The match between South Africa and India at Vizag. The other very interesting thing, if you now recall, is there's a very interesting Ashes test happening between England and Australia, and England are actually struggling in their second innings. They seem to be doing well, but they're actually struggling. On the other hand, West Indies did something very unpredictable, so they were able to save the test match. See, of course, I am a very avid cricket fan and a cricket follower, and I am actually using it. But why I am telling these examples is there is a lot of background work which goes in terms of preparing the team. So oftentimes when you are watching the relay, the direct relay, you'll see that there's a team of along with the playing team, there's a team of guys who are on their laptop constantly. They are doing something. So you may say, क्या है? खेलना उन 11 लोग को है, but these guys are doing something or the other on the laptop. So they're actually, in a way, tracking ball by ball and various sort of mechanics and all. A very interesting addition that has happened to this edition of Ashes, the presentation is the cricket presentation commentary and the streaming is they are tracking the mechanics of the players. So if the player has defended, how well he has defended, how much he's bending, how much the bowler has bent, and then so that stick figure, they're actually tracking the whole biomechanics of that particular the player, and it is in very interesting and interesting decision making points, which opens up the question in terms of what might be the application. So is AI currently being used in the sports at all? So what I already told you. It is not only in the team sport but even individual sport. So 2 years back or 3 years back, there was this accusation against Magnus Carlsen in one of the chess tournaments that he had rigged his body to get impulses of movement. So if he would make a wrong move on the chessboard, then he would get some sort of an impulse. So through a variable or something, he had actually rigged it, and it was real time connected to a computer, the analyzing, analyst type of, this one, that the moment he would make a wrong move, he would get sort of an impulse, so this level of sophistication we're actually getting into, and it is just the tip of the iceberg that we can really sort of look at. Just to sort of conclude, my opening remarks, about 15 days before. So any football fans here? Ronaldo fans here? Great. So about 15 days before, Ronaldo made a very, very interesting comment about one of the variables that he uses, and he said that his data is being used by the variable firm, and his performance has optimized to such a level that he is playing almost 11 years younger than what he used. I mean, his age. So you imagine the immense potential that we are actually tapping into, and it is just the tip of the iceberg, or just scratching a very small, the surface. And I mean, this is what the opening remarks that I actually wanted to make.
It's excellent, and this discussion would never end. How we can combine this AI? So, if I say most of the audience, can someone start? If I do not know anything about AI, where to start, and how to start, and how to incorporate it in sports management? And especially my question to Minister, when there are different when there is a cultural differences and different athletes are coming as a team to play, how generally they handle it?
Okay. See, there are two aspects to it. It is not necessary for you to be aware of or to learn AI part of it. I mean, so you need not be a master in the coding or the algorithm development part of it. However, you need to understand the application part of it. So where exactly can the AI be used? So that is one aspect. And I have actually given you certain examples in terms of the players or the optimal network. So that is another very interesting. Of course, this is coming from the research. So they actually tracked some of the important field sports, especially hockey and football, and they now have so depending on the team that you are playing, you have an optimal network of the passes that can actually be used to score a goal. Then there's an AI-based goalkeeper that is actually developed, and I think Ronald has tried to sort of train it and something on those lines is actually there. So the point is, at your level, you need to be more aware of the application. It's okay if you are not aware of the algorithm part of it or the coding part of it. So don't get bogged down by the coding part of it. But then try to be aware of the application part of it. Coming to the second question, ma'am, in terms of the cultural differences part of it. See, this plays a very, very important role. So when I say cultural differences, so for instance, and this is something that you might also notice. So players from different regions, of course, but how it impacts or where exactly does it actually come in, that I want to sort of point out. So that is a concept known as an algorithmic bias. Basically, what the algorithmic bias is, in very simple words, what we are trying to say is, so the human beings inherently have a bias, and when they code or create a program or they create an algorithm out of it, it also is likely to enhance or lead that or amplify that bias. So the code executing or repeating the same aspect, it is likely to amplify that particular bias, which is known as algorithmic bias. There's a lot of examples in terms of, say, the player choice or selection, because for a particular type of the sport. So again, that's the example that I can actually quote of the bias that actually plays in. So in the American basketball, NBA, overwhelmingly black players are there. So when you go for player selection based on certain profiles and try to automate it, because of the earlier data that is already present on which it is actually trained, it tends to select an overwhelmingly black type of the team rather than looking at the other parameters. What we are now trying to sort of say is these type of the differences that are coming in because of the non-representative data on which the AI is likely to be trained, that is likely to lead to a sort of an biased selection of the team. And this is further likely to sort of lead to the amplification of the bias and issues.
Again, I would like to ask Master Sir how to improvise the fan experiences, especially during this when the fan experiences we see in the digital platforms.
Yeah, so that's another application area of AI. So I think that is an area where most of the clubs are actually concentrating on how to give a better fan experience to their supporters. Okay, so there are two aspects of it. One thing which you see in the sports and broadcasting area, that even if you are not going to the ground, as Professor Girish mentioned, even if you are watching the Ashes or any such big ticket event, so while watching you are coming out with lots of stats and lots of views also. You will see that you want to look at it closely. You have a kind of drone kind of view. You can actually zoom in. You can have a 360 view. You can have an immersive experience also sometimes if you have those VR gadgets. So one is outside the field experience, and then you have if you will identify yourself, if you are an IPL fan, then they have these lot of promotional and marketing campaigns to get you involved, and there are a lot of memorabilia caps and that are distributed. There are these contests across the board to get you involved. Okay, so that is one part of it off the ground. But even if you are participating inside the ground, it goes a level higher, because you have to look at one or two aspects, that today everyone carries this smartphone. Okay, and earlier, I used to go to the Kalinga Stadium. Then we used to have those tickets. We had to get those paper tickets, etc. Okay. Now all you need to do is having your scan thing. So it makes it very easy not only for you to navigate the seats, but also you have got notifications. That here is your some cafeteria, or there is at that point you can have some kind of memorabilia. So which means that right from your point of entry, after you get down from your car, parking lot, to your seat, and you getting involved in the sport, you can actually also have some photographs, pictures with some of the memorabilia there, have the fan experience. Also, the clubs have their own way of getting involved there inside the stadium. You have big billboards, advertisers, sponsors also involved in you. And most importantly, what it kind of rules out is the counterfeit tickets, which was a big issue for organizers earlier, that there would be counterfeit tickets and that would be a loss of revenue.
Those are the challenges.
So those.
And how to overcome these challenges?
No, so that's one of the ways that you are overcoming. So instead of publishing these tickets, these paper tickets where there are chances of counterfeit. So here, once you have your QR code and smartphones, at least the authenticity of the particular ticket holder or individual is guaranteed. Okay, so that way you are doing these kind of things which can cost the organizer not only amount in terms of money but also a reputational loss. Okay, so.
So, Girish sir, can you throw some light on esports and some of the tools?
So, along with the physical sports, the video gaming or the computer gaming has also picked up in a very, very big way. There are a lot of firms which are into it big time. And as popular as the football as a sport, Equally popular is the FIFA game, the PS5 versions or the computer games or the video games which are there. Now these are also, mind you, extremely money spinning type of the games and stuff. More importantly, they give you the experience of you as an individual fan getting into the shoes of your favorite players. So if you played say FIFA computer game, the mannerisms of Ronaldo or mannerisms of say maybe your Kylian Mbappe or mannerisms of Lukaku, Romelu Lukaku and stuff, it actually emulates in a very accurate way. Now it is possible because there's a lot of granular data collection that actually happens, and using that they are able to completely model and they are completely able to sort of come up with the player profiles and how they play and stuff. Now this raises a very interesting aspect because we are in the age of say virtual reality and the variables and so on and so forth. So as Sir has pointed out about the fan engagement part of it, the next level of fan engagement can actually be achieved because you as a fan can have an opportunity to virtually play a game and then get into the shoes of your most liked sports icon and then relive that moment of say century or relive that moment of scoring a goal in the World Cup and so on and so forth. So this is a very interesting application and an avenue where it is not only lucrative as a career but also lucrative as an engagement part for the firms and the franchises to engage the fans in a very big way.
So this video gaming, how ethical are they?
So it's an interesting.
You can ask the audience how many of they are into the video gaming and all.
So first I want to know how many of you play the video games out here? I mean the FIFA or say cricket or for them any version.
How many of them make money out of that?
Also, there is this Dream 11 and this kind of fantasy, things which are played. Again, that is also like when you raise that, I associated this because, somewhat, there are also strong proponents of banning this because this is like akin to gambling. So, I mean, there is a school of thought which says that, it should be banned. But there is another school of thought which says, no, this is a game of skill, not a game of chance. So there is this debate also going in, but whatever it is, there is lots of money there.
So how many of you play these games, video games?
Show of hands, please.
So,
Which game and if I tell?
no one, so all gets 100 out of 100 in your class? Okay, try one good thing you take back home messages. You have to go and play one video game to learn what are new AI skills are present in the market. Okay?
So, this raises the ethical aspect where there are two major questions that can actually be raised. One is in terms of the data protection, the data security, and the data privacy part of it. The player, his data, does he own, or the moment the franchise purchases the player for some particular obnoxious big fat amount, does he also waive off the right to his the personal data that is there? Just to give you a sense of the hugeness, I also follow the IPL very closely. So recently there are a lot of big ticket transfers which happened, especially Jadeja moving from CSK to Rajasthan Royals after almost 10-12 odd years. Now imagine that for those 10 or 12 odd years, the CSK franchisee has actually collected immaculate amount of data on his performance and how he has played and his arm movements and so on and so forth. Now, what happens to that? So is it still a property of CSK, or does it move with Jadeja to his new team? At some point, if CSK wants to monetize it and create some sort of an avatar out of that particular player, what happens and how much do they share the royalty? So one aspect is this particular data privacy part of it. The second issue that comes is, like Sir also pointed, that along with the video games, there are also a lot of fantasy games that are coming up, which are usually money spinning. So there is a risk of losing out on the money part. It is likely to become very addictive. And see, these games are actually designed in a very interesting way to sort of pique your curiosity, or so it is like that gambling is that you play that Russian roulette, or you play that that blackjack type of thing. You are constantly wanting to refresh and then look at what happened, and so basically that addiction part is what the question that is coming up, which is raising the ethical concerns in terms of should we
Just to interrupt, when we talk about this addiction, how we can incorporate mindfulness? So do they have any relationship or?
Before he answers your question, I just got reminded of, since you talked about this ethics thing, there are some big brands who actually thrive on controversies. Okay, have you heard of the Nike shoes, Air Jordan Nike shoes, anyone? So, the Air Jordan Nike shoes, is a classic case of that was actually brought out by Nike in the 80s, mid-80s, with Michael Jordan specifically in mind, that NBA superstar. So at that time, this shoe was specifically designed for Michael Jordan, and it had a red and black look. So the the Basketball Association there actually banned the shoes for the reason that at that time the code was that you have to use white in your sneakers and no colors were allowed. Okay. But Nike went ahead and they imposed heavy penalty on Nike. But Nike went ahead and paid the penalty, just that so that he could use it. And there was another dimension to it, that they were also testing it for the kind of lift that we associate. They get an advantage also, the basketball players, when they play for the hoop. So there was a certain advantage there also, which later on the other teams found out, and it got banned. But during this whole process, Nike leveraged the popularity of this and made millions of bucks selling it to the outsiders, the customers, the fans, because that made headlines. So this is a classic case where brands actually somehow use this sort of somehow you can call it good news, bad news, whatever works, it is news, okay, and so it can sell. So that's what I reminded you. There is a very good Harvard business case out of this for those who want to. And I will now give it to Girish.
So I just wanted to ask you about how you can relate to this mindfulness with ethics.
So the question I will slightly reframe, modify it. The question is, one aspect or one shortcoming of the gaming is possibility of the addiction or the issue of the addiction. And one way to sort of maybe overcome is the modern or the contemporary term would be the detox. We say you should go for a digital detox, and that is the in thing right now. Yes, it is easier said than done. You have to try and stay away from that particular addictive thing. Mindfulness is also very interesting or a very good approach. But again, it's a continuous process. I mean, Ma'am has already delved a lot into the breath work and the pranayama part of it. All of that put together is possibly again a small part of the mindfulness that is there. It becomes extremely essential that not only the sports persons, but as individuals also, if we can get into the aspects of say breath work or pranayama on a regular basis, it really helps you to be able to concentrate well, and then it really helps you to sort of deal with these addiction type of issues as well.
So you said something about digital detoxification. So I would like Professor Bhaskar to throw some light on it. How we can integrate different. Now we are talking here about integrating different AI technologies, and how we can again at the same time contradictorily we are saying we can digitally detox.
No, so I mean I have a different take in the sense that this detoxing is something purely personal and purely no amount of kind of advice or how to do better books etc. It is completely up to the individual what works, what does not work. It is like you said, addiction. So like we have, even before the advent of smartphone and internet, we have talked about addiction, cigarette addiction, tobacco addiction, etc. So I mean it's very very easy to preach, okay, but I think that it's more situation specific. Sometimes when a person is facing some ailment that he goes to such a stage and he goes to the doctor and he finds out that it is due to his regular smoking, then he has no choice but to leave. Other times I have seen some people doing it for 3 days, 5 days, 7 days and so on. So this digital detox today is actually another sort of challenge even for us, because you are now, every day you are teaching these students, okay. Now there is another devil which has come in the form of ChatGPT from 2022, and this will go on like that. So I think that initially with the advent of internet, sometime late 90s, then early 2000, the smartphone, then this ChatGPT. So there will be these kind of disturbances. Now that is what separates elite athletes from the so-called ordinary ones, because they are very, very driven, okay. And I know that you see many of our top players in chess today are Indians. Among the top 10, you see Mukesh, Pragnananda. So I can tell you that they are teenagers or just turning over from their teens. So they use a lot of these AI machines when they practice, because AI chess engines are there and they need to practice with their the engines to understand. But when they are playing, then you don't make use of these. So you have to play face to face, okay. So offline, and they understand that during this period of 1 week when they are playing, they are very dedicated. They say that they don't look at the social media, even though they are very active otherwise. So that balance is very much required, and it only comes from discipline from an individual. No amount of preaching will do it. So they keep themselves away from these things, and social media can be very nasty, okay. You see various kind of comments, etc. So the mental space is also very important for them.
So don't you think, Professor, like when we stay away from digital devices, we are behind competition?
No, I am saying that there should be a balance, okay. Like I tell my students, okay, you can use this ChatGPT, but my assignments will be a little bit different. But you have to bear in mind that at the end, in the end term exams, you have to perform yourself without the aid of these gadgets, okay. So it has become an open world, no secrets about it, and you can actually leverage this. But I am saying that, all I am saying is that like we are a human body, and I am speaking for athletes. They would need sufficient sleep time, they would need sufficient recovery time, they would need sufficient time to practice. So they need specific nutritional food time. So just like we talk about a balanced diet, a balanced lifestyle, so therefore it is very essential that they divide the time between the so-called gadgets because that is also a kind of promotional medium today. Social media, you also interact with your fans. But I am saying that there is a balance which should be maintained, and that is purely for the individual to realize or is supposed to realize, because for me, I need to sleep maybe 7 hours a day, but for Girish, he might need 5 hours a day. So it is very individual specific, and that's where I think that is important, this is also important, but we need to know the balance. So during tournaments, that is why you see elite athletes actually staying away from that. But after that, they are again back to, engaging with their fans through social media or, promotional things, etc. So that's what I'm saying. I don't see any, kind of secret formula or mantra I don't have to, say that this is how you detoxify. That's all. I hope that.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So we understood the usability of artificial intelligence, or we say digital transformation, and how the sports can be managed in various aspects. So if we can have any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Morning, sir.
Can we have a mic?
बोले दी था
Good morning, sir. Hello. Good morning, sir. I am Aditya Patil. Right now, doing my masters in sports physiotherapy from Absmali. And I wanted to ask, on the basis of what you said now and before, are there any errors in the AI diagnosis? Whenever the video is playing, can we see any errors that we won't be able to identify in the video itself, but later that we are able to see after or while during the process of recovery, and how can we overcome it?
If I understand you correctly, you are saying that can we believe, or the data analysis which we do, or the AI results, can we take it at face value, or there are some errors?
Yes, sir.
That is what you want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say for sure that AI is not 100% foolproof. Okay, that is why we can do all sorts of analysis, but the interpretation of the data is done by human beings. It's like the medical doctors will give various tests for you to perform, but the ultimate understanding the best methodology. Is the data cleaned beforehand? Is the data clean? Because your input data also matters, whether you have collected it the right way, whether it is the right way. So, and whether you have used the right analysis technique also. So there are all these factors which go into getting the results. Then also, interpreting the results is also an important factor. And so there are, some measures of error made. I mean, if you go technically, there is, a lot of these, we have these AOC curves and MAP and MSC, there are some errors, and you need to calculate the ratios like precision and accuracy, etc. F1 score, because it is not foolproof. So you understand that. And so there is also, the human expert or the domain expert who decides about the veracity of the results, and that is how you actually, get it. So yes, there will be errors, and also depends on the resolution of the cameras, how many cameras you use, camera angles, because it might miss out certain things. So I hope that I have answered your question.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So the role of sports management, so how does it helps a dietitian or a physiotherapist or the journalist students and faculties over here. So I've always given the thing is sports science conclave is not only just sticking to your profession. It's about we have such multiple. So this is not a physiotherapy or a dietitian or a journalist session. I'm a surgeon myself. We have sports medicine expert. I'll introduce him. I'm very proud of him. I'll introduce him to him. We have got a lot of sports person dignitaries. So this is the gamut of people who works in the sports industry. And everyone, like say I'm a surgeon, but I go into every field. So it's not that me being a physiotherapist, I just stick to treatment of back pain or anything. So my kids, like my friends and colleagues, please try to understand. If you're good in your subject, you can do another subject. Just I'm an ex-Indian Army officer. आर्मी में कोई एक बंदा एक काम नहीं करता है. वो मैनेजमेंट भी देखता है, कंपनी भी देखता है, फौज में भी जाता है. So you need to do multitasking to increase your credibility in the present scenario, right? So try to understand. And anybody have any more doubts on management? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for coming so far in this crunchy situation. क्योंकि उनको अभी आ तो गए जा सकते हैं कि नहीं वो भी डाउट है.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful session. Now, moving on. First of all, it's an honor to have amidst us Indian ice hockey captain, Ms. Chuske, and goalkeeper, Ms. Dolma amidst us. A big round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. To throw more light on the topic AI in sports, I would now like to invite our guests on the dais, Mr. O.P. Singh Karhana as the chairperson. As an Olympian and former Asian outdoor and indoor champion in shot put, Sir has proudly represented India at the Olympic Games 2012, World Championship, Commonwealth Games and Asian Games. His enduring commitment to advance sports through exceptional performance sets an example for the future generations. We are proud to have you, sir. We warmly welcome you. We also have our chief guest for the topic, Dr. Shaji Prabhakaran, an author, thought leader, and a distinguished professional with a proven track record in the global sports industry. Currently, Sir serves as an executive committee member for both the Asian Football Confederation and the South Asian Football Federation. As the founder and president of the Association for Sports Industry Professionals, he continues to pioneer initiatives to shape the sports ecosystem in India and globally. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request you to kindly take your seat.
A very good morning. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. And also, it's an honor to share a stage with the legend, the Olympian. And first of all, thank you to Dr. Sarthak for inviting me here for this very important, occasion where you are celebrating sports science and you young, enthusiastic people who are going to listen to me. I can tell you I am not an expert in AI. I don't know much about AI, and it is much more difficult for me to speak something on AI when already those professors who are eating, sleeping, and 365 days into AI, and they have given their insights. It's so difficult. I'm really wondering what can I speak about AI. Yeah, but then they have highlighted about performance management, fan management, fan engagement, and the broadcasting aspect, the media aspect. But I'm trying to think what can be something which I can share, which will be of value, where you might not be able to see in Chat GPT, because I cannot be a Chat GPT, because the Chat GPT is much better, much ahead, much faster, and you get accurate things most of the times. But can I replace Chat GPT? I don't know. Can I be much more impressive than the Chat GPT, what you can generate, putting something which you would like to read? Because right now you can generate within 10 seconds more valuable information than I might be speaking from here for next 30 minutes. Therefore, is it value for all of us? What do you say? Yeah?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
How?
So because it will be much more interactive and we can discuss about it.
Yeah, okay. Let's experience that, yeah? How many of you follow sport? Okay, very good. How many you play sport? I know some legends are already here. Okay, good. And how many of you follow cricket? Very good. And how many of you follow football? Oh, I am very disappointed because whatever I am today because of football, and I am not getting energy. Experiencing this, that there are only few who follow football. It's the world's most popular sport, the best sport, and just for 2026 World Cup, already we have started celebrating. Therefore, if I will be able to convert you all to follow football by end of my session, then I have achieved something. Then I can go back peacefully. Can I achieve that? Yes. Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, what is the real problem Indian sports faces today? Where like you feel like Indian sport is not doing much better, say apart from cricket. Like say if I say football, what is the biggest problem it faces? Anyone?
Funding.
Yes, please.
Sir, first of all, I must say that Indian sports are achieving a lot. As if we compare with the history, in 60s, 70s, we used to achieve a lot. After that, somehow we have lost. But now, maybe different kind of sports are getting the achievement, but that is not being taken into the limelight. Okay, so it is not that we are not achieving, but the most important thing is that the application of science in sports is lagging far behind than what we are achieving in other parts of the world, especially in Australia, New Zealand, USA, China is also have come a lot. So this is the one problem. And second thing, what I feel, there is a financial support. Financial support. Not only in the field, but also in the lab.
Okay. Okay, very good point. One of the key issues Definitely, we lack, that kind of funding. We lack the finances apart from cricket. Okay, any other problem? Like say specifically to football. Yeah, let's take to football. Yeah, yes, please. Sponsorship. Okay, great. Yes, that's again linked to the financial gap. Yes, any other problem? Yes, yeah. Lack of qualified coaches, coaching. Yes, Neeraj. Administration. Like what? It's like governance, there is a perception.
I think there is no vision, I think.
No vision, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Neeraj. Yes, any more? Because I'm going to link this with AI.
Can I know the question? I didn't hear the question.
I'm asking, what is that, the problems, in football today in India? Because I want to convert everyone into a football fan at the end of the. Yes, Raja.
Viewership and audience.
Just a minute. Yeah.
I think it's coaching and lack of coaching at the grassroots level.
Lack of coaching at the grassroots level. Okay, great. Thank you.
Where you can use AI to develop football.
Absolutely, yes.
The lack of self-belief in his own team.
It's self-belief in own team, like national team or
Any team.
any team. Okay.
In India, football is just they have football khela. But when it comes to what I feel like we love to see the ranking of the Indian football team deteriorating than increasing.
Absolutely. Right now it's 142. Yes. Yes.
I think if we start now with this new generation under 17 who has gone at, we should start to give focus on this senior जैसे चल रहा but इनको भी senior level पे लेके just like BCCI does for the cricket thing, we have to put something like that, like this Dream 11. We have to create something in AI which will help. We will just use the viewership strategy mind. That's what I think.
Thank you, Dr. Sarda. Yes.
Sir, viewership and audience engagement.
Viewership and audience engagement. Okay. Any other? Please.
With fitness, which has to be mandatory from a younger age.
Okay.
Because
what younger age means? What age?
Maybe around 12, 13.
12, 13. Okay.
That is when you identify that they have to be super fit. So at least in the next 5 years, they are fitter, so that then they start developing their skill, participation, and what we see now is people are focusing more on the skill at the younger age, and they start breaking down over a period of time.
Okay.
If you see the model of cricket, they started focusing on fitness, and we started seeing a lot of the players who are fitter, stronger, and they were able to push their skill level.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, any more? Yeah, please.
Cultural difference. Football is not followed in India that much. Nowadays, girls are picking up bats, but I don't see any girls team playing football.
Where you don't see, like in Odisha or?
Like since childhood, I have never seen that. I play many team sports,
Okay.
but I have never got. Even if I want to try, I didn't get any chance. It's like on a personal basis, but I really don't see girls play. I know there are girls are interested, but we don't get much opportunities. Even on recreational level, we are not athletes or.
So you feel that the women are not encouraged to play football, right?
So even if girls want to, because nowadays girls are really doing well in many of the fields. So even if they want to, I know for sure in future days we will get more chances. Kids will get more chances because now we are like adults. But in our childhood we didn't get much of the chances to play football or many of the team sports. Our brothers or sisters, they had bats. Somehow we took it from them. We have to bribe them, please, they are killer, and that time we used to play. But football, we really didn't get any chance. So there is a cultural difference. If we see in other countries, they have winter sports, they have summer sports. In India, mostly, I love cricket. It's very much, cricket is dominant, many other sports, but football is really, like viewership side, it's really not in our culture. But nowadays, people are looking for it. That's great.
Thank you. My objective is to convert you from a cricket fan to football fan today. Let's see if I succeed or not. Okay, any other problem? Okay, great.
More infrastructure.
Less infrastructure we have. Okay.
Lack of professional coaching.
Lack of professional coaching we have. Yes. Any other points? Please. Yeah.
Sir, financial instability.
Financial instability, the sustainability side. Okay, great. Yes. Anything? Lack of education. Lack of education, one more point. Yes?
So I think I'm audible.
Yeah, please.
Actually, I just want to give my experience. My son is 15. He had played for football, and unfortunately, it was Odisha Federation, and then they stopped it because they don't have the playground. You know, the place where they can take the kids and they can go for a football. So now again, when what you said, कि आप चाहते हैं कि फुटबॉल ज़्यादा हो, तो मेरा बेटा फुटबॉल खेलना चाहता है, but he don't have the opportunity.
आप कहाँ से?
भुवनेश्वर.
अच्छा.
So that is the thing that again we are back कि अब हम फुटबॉल से उसको किस मैच में लें? But the kid don't want to go in any other. So I think that the place is also a concern because we don't have that much of grounds. We have association, but we don't have that much of grounds where we can actually force the kids. Okay, you can play here also. It cannot be only Kalinga Stadium. That is a problem.
Okay, thank you. Yes, any other point? Yes, please.
There are multiple points, but the structure and data.
Structure and data.
Which we can use to scrutiny or talent identification. I think with multiple
Okay.
things we use to surround that.
Okay, very good. Yes, any more point? Okay, one last question from my end. Like, does anyone knows, how many children play football in India? Or how many in total play in India? No, right? Nobody knows, right? And if you ask me, does I know? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah? क्या मुझे पता है कि कितने बच्चे खेलते हैं 10 साल के, कितने बच्चे कितने यूथ खेलते हैं 20 साल के, कितनी बच्चियां खेलती हैं जो 10 साल की हैं या 20 साल की हैं या 15 साल की हैं या 25 साल की हैं? मैं जानता हूँ. क्या लगता है आपको? Not really? Is overwhelming or just few things? Because in my life I only do football. So therefore, you have to be very sure. क्या लगता है? जोर से. Yes or no? Yes. I don't know. Or I know. You know. I know. Okay. So, you all are zero then. So then, that's what is called the perception. Yeah. And just somebody said, I followed up this question because the lady said, there is no data. Yeah. And I'm starting with data. Why? For AI to develop something, what you need is data. So from where the data comes? From where the data comes? From where the data? From the grassroots level. Yeah. If you Google it now, if you ask ChatGPT right now, how many children play in US football? Will you get the data? Why? Why? Why?
Because you work on data.
Maintaining the metrics? Okay, very good. Okay, I'm summing up all the problems what you have shared. And, it starts from, administration management, that's the governance side. Then comes the coaching side. Then comes the grassroots side. Then comes the sustainability side. Then comes the financial gap, the funding, sponsorship, and then the coaching, and then lack of encouragement in the system, and the perception, everything. So can AI solve this problem? Yeah? Exactly. Yeah, so that is what I'm going to share with you something, as I said, I'm not an expert, but I want to use AI to be better in life, as an individual. And if you are in the sport, you have to integrate AI in your everyday life today. Because without AI, you cannot succeed in your personal life, in your professional life, and you cannot reach to your goal without AI, right? क्या मैं सही बोल रहा हूँ? बिल्कुल, क्योंकि आप अभी अगर आपका इंस्टाग्राम सभी आप इंस्टाग्राम में होंगे, राइट? या तो आप देखेंगे कि फुटबॉल का रील ज्यादा आएगा आपके पास. क्यों आएगा? Why? Because we have already started talking about football. And देखना, तो इसलिए मैंने बोला कि अगर without AI we cannot also become fans of AI, and that's how I want to convert you to follow football. So now let's come to the question, what AI can do. See, the biggest issue for football in India or for major sport is the governance aspect. Governance क्या होता है? How to manage a sport, how the sport is structured, and who are the leaders who govern the sport, who manage the sport. But as a general being, you don't know, right? Yeah. So what AI can do is, you like just giving a simple example, like you are a sponsor who is putting 100 rupees into football for its development, yeah, and nobody knows where that 100 rupee goes today, right? Yeah. आपको नहीं पता कि टाटा अगर 5 करोड़ रुपीस लगा रहा है फुटबॉल में, वो पैसा कहाँ जा रहा है? मतलब अगर वो किसी फेडरेशन को दे रहा है या किसी क्लब को दे रहा है, किसी एसोसिएशन को दे रहा है, तो आपको नहीं पता. Through AI, we will be able to see that how that money is spent. That is what we need to integrate, where we don't need an auditor. We don't need a KPMG, we don't need a Deloitte or a auditor. And the system will itself tell you that the money what you have generated or got as a sponsor has got to this much percentage in coaching, and the coaching activities will be defined. And that's how it will become more transparent. The better governance, good governance means what? It is about transparency. Yeah? Transparency means whatever you are doing in an organization, it is reflected. You will be able to check. It is not अगर आप चैट जीपीटी में आज डालोगे जो फेडरेशन का बजट है 130 करोड़ का, ठीक है? 130 करोड़ was the budget. Yeah? And can you get the information out to see that how many of that percentage was spent on an under 10 girl program? क्या आपको मिलेगा? नहीं मिलेगा ना? तो AI can solve this problem, and what happens with this? What happens with this? When the data is out, when you know that the X amount was spent on this aspect and that aspect, your trust and belief in that organization will grow, and you will think that you would like to fund that organization. Why? Because that organization is authentic and they are walking the talk. Yeah? अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ, I am running a football club and I want a 5 crore from Odisha government to develop women's football in Odisha. Yeah? And I have given them a fantastic blueprint, what it will achieve, what it will have impact, and how Odisha will be positioned as one of the most progressive state which is working wonderfully well to promote football and women's football. Yeah? But how they will trust me? The trust will be that they will be able to see every second, every minute where that money is going, who is getting benefited, how the sport is growing, who are involved. So that is the transparency AI can bring. Yeah? And that's what it requires. And then, everyone will like to support the sport when there is transparency. So, the transparency is the biggest issue in our sporting, structure in India. Yeah, whether it is football or some other sport, the governance is the biggest aspect, and that's how we can improve upon, and that's how we can grow in confidence that this is the sport is governed well. So this is the governance, जो होता है ना, that's the very fundamental aspect. Yeah. So now I'm coming to the another point, which would be, I don't know, how much focus you have to understand the nitty-gritties, but then what that you as a common individual will be able to do in terms of bring that transparency, that is very important. Because they go, like our football is 142 ranked, with 1.4 billion people, we don't have, the players and the team which is able to play in the World Cup. Yeah, so it puts a question, and the Messi is coming to India, all of you know? Yeah, 13, 14, 15, yeah. And I'm fortunately, involved in that project as well when he's here. And I don't know whether I'll get the photograph with him or not. I will share with you all if I get it. And what I'm trying to tell is that we have immense potential, and AI can be one of the solutions for us to reach to that potential. Yeah, because AI can create things which would bring the world's most popular sport, in the attention of everyone. Why? Because of its better governance, transparency, and better structure, and where you will get the data, where, how many children in Odisha is playing football at what age. How this happens, because the structure is the national federation, and then the state federation, then the district federation association, and the clubs. The clubs are the basic unit of a football, and we are not connected, we are not integrated, and the AI and the high tech will be able to bring everyone together. Yeah, today only 5% of our population, means the football population, is connected technologically. Yeah, we are all disintegrated, and can you believe in a country where we are exporting best of the brains, to the world? We are human capital of the world in terms of technology. Yeah, and our people are there across the world. Wherever I go, I'm very fortunate that I've traveled to more than 50 countries, and in all countries, I end up meeting people who are leading, some transformative projects in the technology side. Yeah, and that is what we are exporting to the world. But when it comes to India, we are far away in sports using high tech. Yeah, AI is not even under discussion. That's a fact. Like say, you could have been an Olympic champion. Why? How? He has thrown 20-meter plus in shot put. Had he got the input at the age of 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, where the analytics would have played a greater role, you would have known from the biochemical analysis, the biomechanical analysis, the whole kinesiological aspects, everything, the combination of sports science would have made him a super athlete. That's what AI can do the task. So when I come to the talent identification, talent development, because we have so much interest in football, those 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds, all want to play, but there is no mechanism by which we are able to bring them to a platform. Yeah, and that is where we are lacking to produce those world champions in football. Yeah, we have super talent, because I've seen personally those who are 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old, they are same as anywhere in Buenos Aires or in Madrid or Barcelona or in Morocco or Ghana, anywhere. Yeah, but we don't have the cultural aspect of excellence. Yeah, the excellence in sport is again a culture, and now without marrying technology, you will not be able to reach to that excellence and be a world beater. Yeah, we can identify 10 Messis, 10 Ronaldos, provided we create the right kind of integrated structure which would be transformative. Why? Because we are the highest populated country in the world. Yeah, so therefore probability of finding a better talent will be always higher than any other country in the world. Yeah, you have seen, I don't know whether aap logon ne padha ya nahi, the smallest country representing the FIFA World Cup 2026, his population is only 165,000. We're less than Bhubaneswar population. Can you believe? They can be in World Cup and we are not even, there. So what I'm trying to say is that, you young guys, have to use the tech power to bring about that change, in the system through conversation, through developing the tech platforms whereby people will be forced to adopt it, and that's how we can play. It is not that we need to be a player to make an impact. We can be an ordinary person, still we can make an impact. So that's what, so therefore, AI in sport, can play in every aspect. Yeah, whether it is on the big event, the stadium management, you must have read that smart stadiums. What smart stadium means? You will have a different experience from the entry to watching the game live, and then when you move out. The whole experience will be so immersive that you will remember for life, and then, it comes, as I said, on the governance side, the event side, the talent development side, and the sports side, like the Dr. Sarthak will agree with me, he will be thinking, maybe I already might be thinking, he might not do surgery after 3-4 years. Yeah, somebody will replace him, he will only set the program. If the only error can happen, maybe the right leg or left leg can, So therefore, the accuracy, the predictability of getting to the right rehabilitation. See, every human body has a different chemistry. Therefore, the AI will be able to optimize our performance not only on the individual aspect, on the team aspect. So therefore, I'm diversing a lot. What I would say is that you have to ask me some hard questions so that I'll be able to give you some, something by which you will convert yourself into following football. That's what I can say. Yeah, there is a lot to talk on AI, but then I don't know. What is that you are getting from me, which I am unable to. But then what I know is that you are paying great attention and you have started thinking about football, and I'm sure you will become a bigger force to transform things in your own way, whatever you want to achieve. But then you will play a greater role in taking the movement forward, in doing something whereby football will be better. Where if we meet again, that is what I think. Yes, it's open for questions.
Sir, we have one question, sir. Yeah, Professor.
Good morning, sir. You asked for some hard questions.
Yes, please.
So I am an avid football follower, but I see that, in India, and I've also been to the Kalinga Stadium to watch some high, some matches, but found empty stadiums. Okay. Even in, some like Super Cup, finals, it was half empty. So the only places where I've gone to where there is a packed stadium are pockets of Calcutta or Kerala and Goa. Okay. Now, my question to you is that lately we have been seeing the wonderful progress of under 17, the junior boys and also the girls. But when you go to the senior level, the next level, we don't see any results. Our cupboards are empty. We don't even have someone to score goals, so that we had to actually call back Chetri, and that is not very good news for football. If somebody who has retired and calling back at 40 years of age, although we are having this ISL for the last 10, 12, 30 years, so that should have actually pushed the game a notch higher, like the way IPL has done. So is there something wrong with the sports governance? Because this AI and what we are talking about is actually meant to bring the performance levels a little bit higher for those who are equitable that way. But first and foremost is the natural performance. So somewhere like we see this time also there was so much of uncertainty in the ISL thing. So somewhere that the football governance also needs to look at or take from say how BCCI is being managed or somewhat. That's my question.
Thank you, wonderful question, and I can feel that you follow football in a far bigger way because you have the insights, the issues, what you have shared. Definitely, the gap is huge. I was sharing with all of them that the governance is one of the weakest, no doubt, because there is no transparency at all. So therefore, there is issues of sustainability, issues of financial funding gap, and definitely it adds up to the performance gap. It's again, we are right now in a very uncertain situation because we still don't know whether the Indian Super League will happen or not. That would be, that's where the government, the Supreme Court, everyone is involved. And it's so unfortunate. Maybe, we can only pray, something good will happen. That's the only, and the thing is that there has to be, involvement of people and stakeholders coming together to work out a strategy as a team where all the clubs, all the key people and the government need to come together to come out with a pathway whereby there is a shared goal. We are too divided in our system, and you rightly said that when Sunil Chetri retired and he comes back, I have to say that scoring goal is the end product of everything. But the gap is there everywhere. We only see we are not scoring goals, but then the thing is that in every aspect we are weak. That it reflects. So I am very hopeful that something will happen, and definitely we will be better because we don't deserve to be in this situation. Because it's one of the most followed sport in India, and there's a lot of passion. And as you mentioned, Calcutta, Kerala, Goa exhibits that, and I'm sure things will improve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll go with inauguration ceremony. We have got very We have got too many important dignitaries. Very happy to host all of them. Among all, we have our Shri Rajesh Patel sir, IAS. He is also an Ironman 70.2. He is one of the prominent. I think the introduction will be given by Prashanti. We have O.P. Singh sir. I will just give a brief introduction. I was not there. O.P. Singh sir is the national record holder in shot put now. He is an Olympian. He is an Arjuna awardee. इंडिया में इन्हीं का ही रिकॉर्ड है और इन्होंने अपने खुद के गुरुजी का कहता जो श्री शक्ति सिंह है and he is also a triple Olympian. And then we have the Indian team ice hockey captain Ms. Chuskit and our goalkeeper Ms. Dolma. They have come from Ladakh. Welcome home, ma'am. They recently won the Asian medal and joined the bronze medal for the ice hockey. Ice hockey is a very different game because it is the most important game because it's a direct contact. I've been serving ice hockey for last so many years and I see the impact. Like you have to be really sharp. And वो जो break होता है ना, जो एक बंदा जाता है 5 मिनट करता है 15 मिनट करता है, यहाँ पे 1 मिनट में break होता है because the endurance and the speed and the amount of pressure they take is very difficult. Okay, we have Sri Harjinjan Jindi sir, he is the secretary of the Indian Hockey Association of India. Among us. So sir, he is like my बड़े भाई, मेरे गुरुदेव हैं. So I have learned most few of the things from him. सबसे अच्छा कि अभी सर जब फॉर्म में आता है तो कैसे वो बुरा मत मानिएगा, शोले में होता है ना, हम अंग्रेजों के जमाने के जेलर जैसे. So we all Indian team know sir very much. Then we have Sri Raja Ram sir, is one of the senior most journalists. He works with the Indian team. So all these big dignitaries are here. So ladies and gentlemen and my dear friends, it's a privilege to involve all of them together in this sports science conclave, and thanks to all of you who have made it. So now, so now for the lamp lighting, I would like to invite Rajesh sir to please come on stage. OP sir, about here please. Rajaram sir, Jindi sir, please sir. And the captain, the Indian team, please be on stage for the lamp lighting. Yeah. So, how many of you over here are marathon runners? Let me ask the basic. None? Okay, how many of you know how many marathon events are there? Forget events. What are the various marathon runners there? The 5 kilometer, then 10K, then 21K, then 40. And what is ultra marathon? And what is Iron Man? Huh? Anyone who says Iron Man, for him the next time registration is free. So explain me what is an Iron Man. And also one dinner. You have to tell exact. No ChatGPT. The time starts now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, let's see what Rajaram sir is saying.
It is one of the most difficult events. First you have to swim, then you get on a cycle, and then you run a half marathon or a full marathon depending on what length the course is. But truly amazing, that is an all-rounder standing on the stage.
So, sir, it's not one marathon, but he has a prize, so there's more than that. Okay. So, let's give to sir. Sir, please have it.
Very good morning to all of you.
It's a matter of privilege and immense pleasure to introduce you all our esteemed chief guest of honor, Ironman Shri Rajesh Patel Sir, IAS. Shri Rajesh Patel Sir is an award-winning administrator, writer and social reformer. Sir is currently serving as the Commissioner cum Secretary of the Cooperation Department in the Government of Odisha. Along with administrative leadership, he is also an accomplished writer whose essays and reflections on governance, society, and personal development have been widely appreciated. Beyond his professional and literary pursuits, he is deeply passionate about endurance sports. He has successfully completed the Ironman 70.3 twice, continually improving his performance and embracing the transformative discipline the sports demand. Today, he brings together his administrative experience, his writer's perspective, and his Ironman journey to share meaningful insights into what it truly takes to prepare for and pursue this extraordinary challenge. So, we are extremely honored to have you on the dais. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you once again. I was just shaking hand with OP Singh and I could realize that a real Ironman is OPG. So since there was confusion as to what is Ironman, so let me begin with the definition or talk about this sport. We all know triathlon, duathlon, and decathlon. These are basically multidisciplinary sports. So triathlon is basically a combination of swimming, then cycling and running. And it has become popular maybe because of some personalities who have made it popular in India. Mostly maybe Milind Soman you must have heard. When he became Ironman, people immediately started searching what is it. So it's basically a category of endurance sport whereby the full Ironman is 3.8 kilometer swim, then 180 kilometer of cycling immediately after that, and then a full marathon after that. So these all three categories of sports one has to complete in 17 hours. So across the globe, every year, mostly in America, South and North America, Europe, Australia and Southeast Asia, the full Ironman is being organized in various countries. We have in India a half Ironman which is called 70.3 is being organized at Goa, and I have heard that the full one is also going to be organized. So it's an Olympic event. There is something called Olympic distance also in this, whereby 1.5 meter swim, then 40 meter cycling, and then 10 kilometer run. So that is called Olympic distance. Then there is 70.3 and then the full Ironman. So, how I got related with, how I got introduced to this sport. From my childhood, I come from a very small village in Maharashtra. I have spent my childhood in helping my family, doing all kind of works, in the sense helping my family with the labor work and selling vegetables, breads and things like that. Since it was a struggle in the childhood, I always had a strong urge to change my life. And I could realize that, I have to do something extraordinary to come out of that abject poverty and the kind of scenario where I was, I was living. And that thought was always there in my mind. I was always chasing something which will scare everyone and scare me as well in terms of the goal. And that time, I set my eye on the Indian civil services, and subsequently I got through the civil services and became an IAS officer. I was the first IAS officer from my district after 50 years. So that was something which was kind of an achievement and inspiration for kids in my district. I have narrated that in my book, which is called Ma, I Have Become a Collector, which is being published by Harper & College. It is my own story. So, leaving that aside, in my IAS journey also, I was deeply interested in sports. I wanted to do something. And we all are, now we see that everyone is so much concerned about the health, nutrition, well-being, and we spend a lot of time in reading about that. We try and adjust our life so that we can do some workout, and there is always a motivation in doing that. But fortunately, I could see that the kind of working life I was going through, I was hardly getting any time. And then every day, getting up early in the morning and doing something every day the same way was not very inspiring. Then one fine day I could learn about this sports, and I got excited. No, I have to challenge myself and do something which will keep me motivated every day, every moment. In the beginning, that time when I was thinking about it, it was like, I was not even able to run 2 kilometers. So it was very scary. If you see the distances, almost 4 kilometers swim, after that 180 kilometer cycling, and after that marathon. So, but I could see that, so many people are trying to do that. Then I challenged myself, why not me? And then I got into it, and then started searching as to what is all I have to do. Friend, let me tell you, you all, we have the stars from the Indian ice hockey team. OPG is here, and some of the players who are pursuing football. We all know what it means in achieving in the sports. It needs a lot of hard work, it needs a lot of dedication, and it needs self-belief, the important thing. And all that, along with that, you have to be smart enough to strategize when you actually perform. So likewise, the sports as well. It's like 50% your legs and 50% is your mind. So it's beyond your physical capacity. So unless your resolve is very strong, unless you are determined, and you are mentally very strong, it's very, very, very difficult to, in fact, think about it in the first place, and then while doing, complete it or pursue it for years. So I would say that it is though it looks difficult, but if we go step by step and then get immersed into that, then slowly it becomes addiction, and that is what happened with me. I always had a habit of doing something extraordinary. So I thought, this is difficult, but let me try and let me pursue it and let me do it. And if I can do it, I will demonstrate that to the fraternity from which I come, from the people who are busy in their work life, who have very chaotic schedules in terms of the working environment. They will also get inspired. And then I'm very happy to share that I'm only the third IAS officer in the country who have actually completed this challenge. And when you prepare, I think it teaches you so many things. So it has not only helped me in terms of the fitness, but it has helped me to evolve as a human being. The most important thing is discipline. You have to see what you are eating, when you are going to bed, how much you are sleeping, and that puts a lot of discipline in terms of your well-being, and that positively affects everything else. You become very efficient in the office because you have to leave the office at these hours, otherwise you cannot eat early and then go to bed early. So that is one thing. The another thing is you become very organized. You become you live in present. You learn to live in present, because while you're running, you cannot think about so many things in the world. You have to focus on the next step which you have to take. Otherwise, you cannot run and you cannot complete the race. So likewise, and then it's a whole lot of planning. It's planning about next day's workout, how you are going to perform that. It's planning about on the race day, it's planning about how much nutrition you will have, when you will have it, how you will phase out your run, how you will phase out your cycling, what will be your cadence, how much power you will use, and things like that. So this whole thing is all about planning, developing the strategy, optimizing your own resources, and then performing best and keeping yourself motivated and driving yourself. So this is what is life also about. When we try and pursue so many things, we all human beings, we face so many challenges in real life as well. And I can see the reflection of this race in the real life, and I can relate. I'm much more, focused in real life as well, because I know this is the way to proceed. So, the other aspect is it teaches you that the age is number. I started the whole journey of triathlon 3.5 years back. Now I am 50, and I feel I am more fitter than when I was at the age of 30. And I can see when I go for the race, I can see that there are people whose age is 65, there are people whose age is 70. They are also attempting, they are also involved, they are also running these races, and that motivates you, that gives you a very different perspective. The other benefit is basically, everyone around you, like last year I completed the challenge. Very few people knew about that in the Odisha bureaucracy. But when I completed it this year, almost everyone, knew about that. And everyone, whenever people are meeting me, they are asking about it only. यार कब तुम सोते हो, कैसे कर लेते हो, हमको भी बताओ, हम भी करना चाहते हैं. So that means people around you, you put some seed into their brain to think about it. And in my own family, like the relatives, my own kids, everyone, they feel, since this guy is so much busy, still he is doing something. Why cannot we do something, we also do something. So likewise my wife, kids, my relatives, they all have started something. So I feel that is, otherwise it would not have been possible. And then they get motivated. So when you do something which is kind of not expected by people, then they take note of that. And I think that is a benefit, or that is the contribution beyond your own personal benefit which you get. So that is what it is all about. And still my plan is to basically complete the full Ironman maybe next year. I'm still preparing. And then, as I grow old, roam around the world, participate in the all iconic marathons, see that part of the world, and enjoy the life like that. So I believe, the best gift which you can give to yourself is physically fit and a life without any major disease. That is possible with your own effort only. So that is what is I would say to all of you. I have seen many people who are in active sports at national, international level. They actually leave the physical, training after their active sporting life. Likewise, many people who are active up till certain age, after that they leave the active life and active workout, I mean to say. And that has a very negative effect on overall well-being. So I would call upon all of you to kind of see that something like this, which will keep you moving, some sports like cycling, swimming, running, even tennis, these sports, even golf and all that, you can play them up till the age of 70, 80, and you can enjoy the life. So that's all from my side. I'm quite excited and feel very honored to be with you, all of you. Thanks, Dr. Sarkar, for inviting me. Yeah, if anyone has any question, I would love to answer that.
Thank you, sir. Before I could say something and ask the questions from them, I would like to share a compliment by one of the most senior, the Chief Secretary of Odisha. When I shared the scientific brochure and he saw your name, well, he is one of the fittest IS officer we have, and he is one of the most, he is the only person who gives us challenges by doing all these Ironman. He himself runs, but he told me these two words which when you told about ma'am and your family, I just remembered and thanked and sharing. So how many of you are going to try Ironman, not run? Okay, one is two, don't feel shy, 3, 4, 5, 6, Adha. So Adha Ironman. Start with 5 kilometer marathon. Okay, we have 7 people and second. So what's the role of a physiotherapist post Ironman, pre-Ironman, when you're preparing? Because there's many enthusiastic physiotherapists here. Similarly, a sports nutrition guy because there are a few dietitians here, how can they think or they involve, suppose they don't want to run, but still how can they feel or they can get involved like that? And journalists also, because a few journalist guys, how can they, because journalist is taken by big broadcasters. Like we have one among them over here, Mr. Niraja, he takes up all the big things. So how can a young budding talent can go with a tripod and a camera and start a career? Just 3 questions.
Definitely, I think in the AI age, as Sir was mentioning, we all have been empowered with the ability to do multiple things in different ways. So naturally, like I see, the purchasing power of people has increased. Their ability to spend on their health, well-being has increased. Their ability to, their desire to pursue some sports and do some activity in terms of which will help them has actually, it is there. Everyone is aware they want to do something, but many of them they fall trap because of the misinformation. Like misinformation about nutrition. You open your mobile and you see the reels of so many people. Someone telling you to get up early in the morning and drink some smoothie, putting this or that, and it is not verified. No one has, scientifically verified that this thing actually benefits, but it reaches to you. So this kind of information is reaching to every person, and people actually consume that information. So there is a role of a dietitian and sports nutritionist which comes into play. A lot of awareness is required. People have everything, but they don't know how to consume food, in what way, at what age, what kind of food is required. And then even for the sports persons also, they have to become kind of a dietitian themselves. So the minimum basic information, knowledge is required. So I see a lot of opportunities for future. Likewise, for the physiotherapists also, and whole range of pre and post workout issues, injuries, and their conditioning and things like that. That is already there, and the proper knowledge about it, proper facilities being provided about it, they do impact the performance of the people. So their first is role, the need for awareness, and the second is reaching out to these people and creating a product or creating a facility for them is very, very essential. And for that, a lot of innovation is required. There can be online counseling, there can be personal visit and consultation, and there can be physical, actual help. So a lot of potential I see, and in every city, every small little town, these facilities are required. I see a lot of opportunity for this sector.
Start dreaming, guys.
So if you have my number, there's a quote which I believe always.
Any question?
Any question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am Sunita Sahu, working as a dietitian. I am just curious to know about your whole day diet plan, what you are following means while doing your this activities when you are into sports, means like those days. Okay.
When I started, I had an impression that I would have to increase my diet, take more protein, take some supplement and things like that. But fortunately, I got a good consultation and good person as a coach, and he removed all those perceptions from my mind, and I don't take any kind of supplement. I eat normal food, and during the workout, it is all based on the carb, burning of carb, consumption of carb. and then rest everything is basically a normal protein and normal everything, just like as any other non-sporting person consumes. So that is what I do, as a habit, I don't eat outside much, as much as raw things and boiled and those kind of. But that is there all along. It's not that today only I am doing that. So it's very simple. If we make it complicated, then it's very difficult. Otherwise, it's beyond. Then a lot of energy is wasted in that. In trying so many things. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Very inspiring. Just one last question.
Yeah.
As this sports is a very endurance sports, do you calculate your carbohydrate and protein? Just for that I want.
Yeah, I mean, normally see, for 1 hour, if it is a very heavy workout, then say the cycling or running, for that around 100 grams of carb I have to consume during that period, 1 hour. If it is 2 hours, then it is 100 plus 100. And before workout, you have to eat something. So that depends how your gut permits. If you are used to banana or anything, dates, you consume that, but you don't have to eat much. And then during workout, you consume 100 grams of carb. If it is light workout, then it is 60-70 grams of carb. So apart from that, it is all normal, like 3 times eating, and all chapati, dal, rice, vegetables, salad, all that. So a small advice, even though this sport look like very engaging, and you need to kind of prepare for all 3, but you can start with a relay if you have friends who are, suppose one friend is pursuing swimming and you are very weak in swimming, then he will do swimming or she will do swimming, and then you can do cycling and running. So there is a relay way of participating also, which is also exciting. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello sir, I have a question. I'm into yoga and holistic wellness. So how yoga plays a role in your day-to-day life, your lifestyle? Because you're talking about a very typical way of traditional way of lifestyle and food habits, which is very much a yogic and Ayurvedic way. So I would like to know, and I think everybody would like to know, how important yoga is. Thank you.
It's a very good question. Actually, I would say yoga is answer to all our, issues in terms of bones and muscle related pains and mobility and flexibility. Mobility and flexibility is very, very essential for any sports. Yeah, range of motion. And in a way, a sports person has to have a way of working on that. But if you can simultaneously do some yoga, and naturally, anyone who is working for his mobility and flexibility, he is actually doing yoga poses and yoga methodology. It's only the mental connect through maybe the meditation and other things which is very ingrained in the concept of yoga. If you adopt that, there is nothing like that. Because ultimately, over a period of time, your limbs will start complaining about so many things, and yoga is the answer. My own coach also is earlier a yoga teacher, and then he got into the individual sports. So, yeah, I not very regularly, but I have done yoga. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing words of wisdom. I truly believe your story of strength, success, and perseverance will truly set an example for the future generations in every possible way. I would now like to request to call upon Dr. Sarthak Patnaik on stage to felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Rajesh Patel Sir, IAS. Our chief guest of honor, Shri Rajesh Patel Sir, IAS. Now, metaphors.
Agar pasó ni se yo.
Now, moving on to our next session, the topic is anti-doping in sports. To elaborate, we have our guest, Mr. G. Rajaraman. Mr. G. Rajaraman is a unique sports communication professional with over 40 years of experience across diverse platforms. He has held leadership positions.
Thank you very much. Doesn't matter what positions I have. Good morning to everybody. I'm standing in here for Dr. Dominic Dobson, who is not able to come thanks to Indigo, or no thanks to Indigo. So you will have to bear with me. I'm not a sports science specialist, especially those who've got a science background, so I humbly apologize for that. But I want to tell you a story of an 18-year-old athlete. This boy grew up in Sonipat and he lost his father some years ago, and he was training to be a long-distance athlete. His name is Aman Malik. Has anybody heard of this name, Aman Malik? And nobody's heard of this boy. 18-year-old, wonderful athlete in his time, took part in a national competition, went to Kenya. Okay, he wants to become better. और बेहतरीन athlete बनना चाहता है, तो he went to Kenya to train with the Olympians and the world champions. I-10 करके एक जगह है उधर, and he went to train there. Unfortunately for him, he has ended up in jail. 3 years he's going to spend in jail in Kenya. Anybody knows why? If you've not heard of him, you will not know why. But because the subject is doping, you can guess that it is doping. He was not doped. उसका कोई blood test नहीं हुआ, urine test नहीं हुआ. He was doped. He was carrying a suitcase full of prohibited substances. He was carrying syringes. He was carrying substances that were banned in Kenya, that is banned around the world. पूरा suitcase भर के. I mean, I don't know if he's got enough training clothes, but he's got a whole suitcase full of prohibited substances. So there was a raid in his home, and he was arrested in May, and he was put in jail in September. 18-year-old boy carrying a suitcase full of prohibited substances. Indian ladka hai. So it should impact all of us, right? We should wonder what is happening. Now, in court, this boy says, I do not know what was inside that suitcase. My coach gave this to me. Can you imagine? This boy's coach is giving him a suitcase full of prohibited substances to carry from India to Kenya and to give to somebody else there. And that boy is serving 3 years in jail. Actually, it should have been 9 years, but he had 3 different cases against him, and all of them are running concurrently. Therefore, he is spending only 3 years in jail. But an 18-year-old spending time in jail should affect all of us, not just sports scientists, not just sports journalists. It should impact the political leaders of this country. Now, that is Aman Malik sitting somewhere in Kenya. There are 550 Indian athletes and coaches who cannot take part in sport because of various doping offences. Some of them are on provisional suspension. Some of them have agreed that they have doped. Some of them have challenged the very fact that NADA is the National Anti-Doping Agency. They laid a charge against them, they challenged it, and they're spending time. They have been found guilty, and there are 550 Indians. Last year alone, Government of India says 260 young Indians, young and old Indians, have been caught doping. It's something that should concern all of us, especially the nutrition specialists here, the sports medicine specialists here. It should concern all of us, and it is very, very worrisome that this number is only growing every year. Now, what can we do about it? Can we talk to the coach and ask him why he put this boy in jail? Can we talk to Avdesh Nagar, who is based in Delhi, who used to be a middle distance runner himself? Because of an injury, he stopped running, and he is now sourcing supplements from Russia and selling to people in India. He's on Instagram. Please don't go there. Please don't buy anything at all which is sourced from Russia. Patil sir was just mentioning how he doesn't take any supplements. I think it's really a wonderful example of how not to go the supplement route and how to stick with the known diet. And हमारा diet कोई खराब नहीं. Indian diet is pretty balanced. But yes, if you need supplement, take the right ones. Now, this coach has not been questioned at all in India. Nobody has questioned the coach. The boy is in jail. Coach is continuing to do his business of selling supplements in online. And 550 Indians. It's a large number. So when you ask them all, you read the orders that NADA comes out with, the anti-doping disciplinary panel comes out with, most of them say that मेरे coach ने बोला है या मेरे भाई ने बोला है, or my senior has said. These are three key reasons that people offer. One is my coach, senior or uncle offered me, told me that if I take this supplement, if I take this medicine, I'll become a better athlete. Secondly, doctors have prescribed. Unknowingly, many doctors have prescribed steroids and other substances for athletes without knowing that they could be tested and that they could get service and sanction. And the third reason, which is often discovered, is that when you take supplements, label पे नाम नहीं होता है, but it is contaminated. There is a steroid in the supplement. It is, when you look at the label doesn't mention the steroid, but it's a contaminated supplement. Only about 2 weeks ago, there was a Times of India article which says 18% of all supplements that were tested in the National Forensic Laboratory in Gandhinagar have all shown to be contaminated, to have contamination, which is dangerous for athletes, which is terrible for them. Three major substances that are used in doping. One is anabolic agent, steroid का नाम सुना होगा, stanozolol, nandrolone, a whole lot of them. Stay away from that. The second is stimulants. Methamphetamine is the #1 choice in India. More than 80 athletes have known to have taken methamphetamine and are serving sanctions. And very recently, we have EPO and DEPO, peptide hormones. We have about close to 50 cases of peptide hormones. Very, very dangerous. We need research into the subject. We need our nutritionists to be very careful about what they prescribe. Now, how can Government of India, how can you and I try and stop this from happening? You know, it's a shame. In the Olympic medals tally, we are 48th. Because we got 6 medals, we don't have a gold medal. We finished 48th in Tokyo. The last time we finished slightly better because Neeraj Chopra got us a gold. Now, there is one list where India is #1, and that list should shock all of us. It is the doping list. So we are #1, 260, we are #1 in 2024. Even in 2023, when the ADRB list comes out, we will be #1. Even Russia doesn't have 2 years with more than 200 positives in a year. It's a shame. And I think all of us as a society should be concerned about that. Now, what can we do? We can attack the supply chain, right? We can, like if this coach is selling supplements online, can we raise complaints? Can we stop the supply of Russian supplement? How can he even import without import license? How can he get Russians supplements into India and then sell them online. Now, if I have to start a medical store, I need to have somebody who's done a B.Pharm with me. I cannot start a medical store on my own. But I can start a supplement store and sell for, I just need a license for 7,500 rupees. I don't need anybody who's qualified. मेरे पास टैक्स लगे हैं प्रोटीन के डब्बे, साथ में मैं स्टेरॉइड भी बेच रहा हूँ. Nobody knows, right? So can we all as a community try and stop that from happening? Ask for regulation of supplement industry in the country. Import, supply and distribution. If you can, even production. Go on to Instagram, you will find more than one video which says where you are seeing a protein supplement, a box of protein, a can of protein, और नीचे print कर रहा है बंदा, made in USA. He's printing it with his hand. Now he's carrying a machine. It looks like it is printed in the USA. So we have to be very careful about all this. If we can all convince the government of India to impose some kind of rules on supplement industry, that will be great. And I'll close with just one more example. The sport nutritionists need to research a lot of substances in India which can help our athletes. There is a lot in Ayurveda which we believe can help athletes, but we need research. We just can't. Ginseng, for example. We've had instances of ginseng and contamination, so we have to be careful about the kind of supplement that we recommend to our athletes. One other story I will leave you with. I told you one story in the beginning. One other story I'll leave you with. Can sport like bridge, पत्ते खेलते हैं ना? उसमें doping होता है क्या? Do we need doping in bridge? Anybody? Yes, no? What kind of doping happens in bridge? Beta blocker says champion होगी कराना. It's a possibility. Shooting में beta blocker होता है, archery में beta blocker होता है. Bridge में किसी की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. लेकिन there's this gentleman called Arvind Vaidya. He was about 58 years old, played in the Asian Games for India, won a medal for India, and he was found, his sample was found to be in contravention with the rules, and therefore he was banned for some time. Now what happened in this case? He had a heart surgery many years ago, and his doctor had prescribed him blood thinners. He had a problem with his valve, so there was a series of medication that he had, and he has been banned. Right? So there is little awareness among the doctors as well, and among the athletes. Eventually, Arvind Vaidya got let off with a reprimand. He should have been a bit more careful about what he consumed. At the end of the day, the athlete is responsible for what goes into the body. You can't blame the doctor, you can't blame your uncle, you can't blame your cousin, brother. You are responsible for what goes into your body. My recommendation is that everybody should understand and educate themselves, especially the doctor, the medical fraternity, the sports science fraternity. You've got a very important role to play in how India can come down from that number one to go beyond the top 10 in the world and European list. Thank you so much for giving that. And if there are questions, I will take them on maybe at lunchtime.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us major insights on the topic. Now we have our most interesting session on the topic sports science and sports medicine. We have our guests, Dr. Amit Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Vijay Damodaran, Dr. R. Chetan, Dr. Subrata Dey, and Dr. Keshav Ranjan Digri. Please welcome all with a round of applause. I would first like to call upon stage Dr. Amit Bandyopadhyay. Dr. Amit is an Associate Professor, Sports and Exercise Physiology, University of Calcutta. Sir has also been a member of the International College of Nutrition and the Physiological Society of India. We warmly welcome you, sir.
Good noon to everybody.
I'd like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Soumitra Mandal. Apologize, sir. We'll just take one.
Please give a chair to the chairperson. Eating. So, have you had a good breakfast? Had a nice sleep? No. The main two components of attending a conference is the food, and the second one is the scientific session. And if you have a good sleep and a good breakfast, we will have the lunch also. So that will be the main success to the story. It happens in case of sports persons also. They should have a good sleep, they should have a good nutrition. That will only be able to build their physique and mind. The topic that has been, the topic that I'm going to talk about is sports physiology application from laboratory to field. Actually, I have been requested by Dr. Sathak to share my views in this particular aspect. If I satisfy you, then it is his credit, and if I am not, then it is my discredit. So, before going into the topic, I would like to say there are two aspects of human health which should work together to give you the best performance, not only in sports but in every sphere. That is your physique and your mind. If both of them are approaching in a coherent manner, then only you will be able to achieve the goal that you are looking for. Next slide, please. So, when an athlete is selected, because we are going to train a person when proper event has already been allocated to her or him. And in that particular aspect, when we are talking about the sports physiology that helps to optimize the performance by giving training, and proper training, which is also called as conditioning, helps to prevent injuries to many extent, to a huge extent. Practice is the main important factor to avoid injuries. There is also gain in competitive aging. So, in case of our health, there are a lot of systems playing role together. There is hormones, there is cardiac system, there is vascular system, respiratory system, your brain, your excretory system, your digestive system, all are working together under the control of a particular mechanism which we call as homeostasis. If this homeostasis is not achieved properly, then you will not be able to perform exactly as you are looking for. There are systemic homeostasis, there are metabolism going on for which you have to have a good nutrition, and for the nutritional aspects, you have to have a good diet. The diet should match the nutrition, and that nutrition is normally prescribed by a nutritionist who is specialized in the field of sports and exercise. And more importantly, the athletes, they are not aware that what nutrition or what kind of food they will take. So we have to convince them that you go for these items in your diet, rather than talking about carbohydrate, protein, fat, and minerals, etc., etc. Another thing we have to keep in mind that we should offer that kind of diet which the athlete prefers. We should not indulge him into any kind of dietary practice which can have some aversion to him. There are bioenergetic pathways which give energies to you. There are different types of energy systems involved in our body. At the beginning, the main important component which gives the firing energy potential, that is the ATP-CP, then it comes the carbohydrate, and if it is an endurance sports, then it comes under the influence of free fatty acids. And proper training guidelines. This is also given by a specific trainer who is specialized in that particular field where the performer has been selected for. We should not involve a generalized trainer, we should involve a specific trainer, and everything should be under the guideline of physiological aspects. Next. So, musculoskeletal system, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, your blood, your renal system and your hepatic system, all these things are to be taken into consideration when you are talking about the physiological aspects. It is not that we are born with all the capabilities, or each and every individual, when they're selected for a particular sport, at that particular point of selection, each and every individual does not have the optimal level of fitness in all these components. So accordingly, the training is scheduled and training is prescribed to that particular aspect. We know that there are gradual improvement in the training load, there is progressive overloading procedures, there are some kind of strength training program for strength athletes, resistance trained athletes, and in case of endurance trained athletes, we have to go for endurance training protocol. Next please. So aerobic power, anaerobic power, these are the things which are the major component we talk about in case of an athlete. If you have to have a good aerobic power if you are performing in case of endurance activities, and you should have a good anaerobic power if you are performing in case of resistance kind of athletic events. Accordingly, the one repetition maximum is calculated, and on that basis, certain percentage of this one repetition maximum is advocated for the training program. The lung function, your body composition, how much fat, how much muscle, how much other substances you have in your body, those are also calculated. Somatotype is also another important thing that we calculate in case of our laboratory testing. Isokinetic testings are also done. Agility, flexibility, explosive strength, these come under the motor abilities. These are also evaluated in our laboratory settings. As far as the hematological markers are concerned, the complete blood count, blood glucose, hormones, oxidative stress, muscle damage markers, lipid profile, these are also evaluated. These are also depending on the requirement of that particular athlete, we also measure these parameters in our laboratory infrastructure. In a recent study from our lab, we have observed that even after 48 hours of a specific high intensity exercise, the athlete could not recover to the basal level. This was the finding which we have also published in a recent paper, and a couple of papers are going to come very soon. So this is a very important factor, because if you do not recover properly, it will not be possible for you to give your optimal performance in the next event. And after 48 hours, the muscle damage markers, the immunological markers, they remain still higher than the resting value in a particular athlete after a bout of resistance training, high intensity resistance activity. And it is a high intensity exercise protocol which we have performed at 80% of HM max, 70 to 80% of HM max, and that gave this kind of result. Next please. So these are the equipments which we commonly use. You all may be aware about these things. I'm not going into the detail of these things, but the unfortunate thing is that there are so many laboratories in the country which do not have all the facilities. So we need to collaborate, we need to outsource many experiments, but in that case what happens, sometimes we do not get the proper reliable data if we make the experiments from outsourcing. And in that case, we have to go for retesting. But it is very difficult to get the athletes as many times we wish, because they remain busy in their training events. And when you are going to fix an athlete for a particular evaluation procedure, then before the testing, at least 2 to 3 days, you have to maintain some kind of norms to get her in the experimental procedure at a basal level. But sometimes we cannot ask them to remain away from training for at least 2 to 3 days, or to not to participate in any hard activities for last 2 to 3 days before we want him to a particular basal level. And many times nowadays there are so many events are going on, so many competitions are going on. So athletes remain very much busy. So it becomes very difficult. Maybe in near future AI will give us some kind of formula which can which can convert the data into the basal state. So laboratory tests provide valuable insights to the athlete's performance. It will also help the coaches and trainers to give the maximum optimization ability, training programs, and as well as to monitor the programs. Designing of training by fixing load, frequency, and duration. These are the 3 important key factors which mainly depend on frequency, intensity, and duration. How many times she or he will do, that is the frequency. What should be the load, that is the intensity, and how long, which kind of exercise is to be performed, that depends on the duration. So these are to be set very specifically. It is done in the laboratory itself, but how it is implemented in the field, that becomes questionable. Next. So these are the instruments, these are the strength measuring instruments. By these instruments we can measure the different components of the strength. I'm just giving you some things. There are so many other equipments are used in different laboratories. Next please. This is the way by which we measure the cardiometabolic indices of an athlete in the lab. These are the computer machines, and these give an in-house data. But does it corroborate with the data that we obtain in the field? In most of the cases, there is a variation, but that variation is not very much significant. You see, these are the equipments which are put on the mask. A mask is put on the surface.
Just another 1 minute for you.
No problem.
Concluding.
I'll conclude. So they are doing this exercise, putting a device on their back. This is causing some kind of resistance to them, no doubt about it. But we are helpless. These are the next one is the anaerobic power testing in the lab. Next. This is the thing. Anaerobic power testing is being done in the field. This is the in-house testing with the cameras and all these things. Biomechanical analysis is there. Next. This is the image procurement procedure by which we can get a line diagram, and accordingly we can analyze the posture, which can help you to improvise your posture to give the maximum power. So intermittent performance analysis is also very much important field, that how much they are getting benefited or not. If you are giving a training for 1 month, you can get another test done. After another month, you can get another test done. So you can have the intermittent procedure to know whether the training is effective or not. Monitoring athletic fatigue and recovery, as I told you just now, that a single bout of exercise did not allow the athlete to come back to the resting value with respect to some blood parameters, even after 48 hours. Athlete's hydration status, this is also very important. Management of nutrition and diet. In case of management and nutrition and diet, I would like to highlight one point. It has also been reflected in one of my PhD students at Canada with this particular work, that the athletes are to be convinced to take the diets which has been prescribed to them. Sometimes they do not stick to it, they do not understand that whether it is, they do not understand how significant it to them. So some kind of in-house education program was conducted in Sports Authority of India in Calcutta, and they have been benefited out of it. Analysis of training effects by modifying training programs. So you have to modify the training program by changing the cell frequency, duration, and intensity. So thank you very much for this Conclave for inviting me, especially to Dr. Satha. I also took some help from the Google, Internet, and obviously from AI. And thank you for your question. If you have any question, you can ask me. This is my email ID, and that is my mobile number. If you have any question which may arise in your mind later on, you can send me through email. Better not to send me WhatsApp, because sometimes I do not look into those WhatsApp messages which are not important to me. But when you will send some questions, that is very much important to you, so better stick to the emails. Thank you very much.
Any question, please? Okay, no question?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bangopadraji. Just given a very good and elaborate about the sports physiology application. Thank you, sir. Now next is Dr. Vijay Damodaran. Mr. Damodaran will elaborate about the future of sports biomechanics in India, building and collaboration ecosystem. Please.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone. So I'm not going to give any presentation now. Afternoon we have planned a short demo.
For hi, you should say hello everyone. Hello sir, you can say, right?
Yeah.
Yes, come on.
So one more thing, even if you don't say hello, can I have a volunteer for a hands-on workshop afternoon? Any one volunteer, male or female, doesn't matter.
Okay, we have one.
Okay.
What's your name? Alex. Alex. Okay, Alex.
Okay. Alec, you connect with Rohit over there? Yeah. Okay. So where we show you how motion capture happens in real time. So you don't have to just see the video. You can see in real time how we are doing it. And okay. So you might have seen the previous session, previous presentation. You saw a few slides of advanced sports science analysis, right? You also saw the names of mentioning biomechanics. So what do you think this between biomechanics and physiology? You have any idea?
Analysis of biological aspects in physics.
Yeah.
Applying physics.
So physiology, initiates the biological process inside the human body for a movement to take place. So we have to move. There is a neurological impulse, neurological signal transfer happening in the body to make the movement, happen. So, what is biomechanics and why it is important? I don't like to say keep it separate. So biomechanics and physiology, even psychology, it goes interchange. All three should collaborate together. It actually collaborates together for a human being to move. How do you think our movement is happening? If you take a child, 6 months old child or 1 year old child, how does a child move when it is compared with you, an adult? How does the child move? It moves very, how do you classify the movement? Is it perfect or it is, very basic?
Imbalanced movement.
Yeah, imbalanced movement. Why do you think that happens? Because there is no, proper growth in all these three scientific areas. So only when we grow up, we get to, control all these three factors together. It is almost, happened as a muscle memory. We call it as muscle memory. So that is why, when I move, I need a good collaboration or a good synchronization between the biological or physiological parameters, the mechanical parameters, and psychological parameters. So by psychological parameters, we can also include as neurophysiology to be more, scientific. It doesn't have to be psychology. So that is how you think or how, for me to just stand, there is a neurophysiological control that is implemented for me to stand. Or else, if you take a dead body, can a dead body stand like this? Because there is a mechanism happening, which is it happens automatically. That is because of over the years of growing up, that becomes a muscle memory where it is not on the top of our mind to just even notice it. So if I'm standing here for some time, obviously you can see, even you can stand, you can see some slouch, you can see me opening up the legs, or you can see me moving like this to just compensate the balance because my muscles are getting tired, right? So this is how a basic movement happens. So and what more do we need to talk about movement than sports? Because sports is the pinnacle of movement, right? So that is where all these three things come together, and you will be tested to the limits. So if it is running, sprinting is where you test the speed, how fast you can move. So that is also a part of the movement. And if it's marathon, that is the endurance, where how you can maintain all these three aspects for a longer time. And same with team games, that is more agility focused, where you get to turn a lot, do some unorthodox movement in some unorthodox poses, where you might not be able to know. So for example, if I'm kicking a football, sometimes I'll be in a curved position and my joints and muscles will be stretched or compressed in a different way that is not normally we do, right? So that's how few people get injured. If I do kicks a complex movement like a professional football player, obviously I get injured because I'm not trained that way. So that is the thing. And so what do you think is the role of biomechanics here is, so many people confuse biomechanics.
You have another 1 minute more.
Yeah. So confuse biomechanics with, they only take this all the complex motion capture part. But the simple thing is, you have to know how our different muscles move, what type of movement patterns happens in each individual muscle groups, like abduction, adduction, flexion, extension. So that is a very basic thing. From that, we can focus on few other complex stuffs. So what is the future of biomechanics should be more collaborative ecosystem where we should work more closer. The physiology and just exercise physiology, neurophysiology and biomechanics should be combined together and do more research that is focused together. For example, motion analysis should be integrated with physiological analysis like ECG or heart rate or even VO2 max. So that will give us more insights and more areas to explore and find some more insights. In the workshop, we'll show you biomechanical analysis this time, but we have a few videos and a few cases that we did combining heart rate or ECG, single channel. So there are different applications as well. So we'll be sharing a few things as well. Because of the time constraint, we can only do motion capture now. Maybe next time we can focus on integrated analysis as well. So, and another thing is, we also should focus more on capacity building or skill building. So by combining or by giving more hands-on training or workshops to students or future professionals to how to do this, so that they don't they get a good understanding of what is happening. So that is a major thing that we have to implement in a larger scale, because our country is pretty big, and currently in few regions it is happening, few regions doesn't even know that such thing exists. So we need to focus on those things as well. And other than this, the optimal
design time is over. Take another 30 seconds and just go.
Yeah. So apart from this, the integration of AI for grassroots training. So not only training as in athletes training, so how we can use it for large scale applications. So that is also one thing that we need to look forward. And rest of the things I will show you in the workshop in the afternoon. So thank you. I hope everyone stays for the workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, for enlightening us about the future of sports mechanic in India. Now I request Dr. Chetan R. You have only 6 minutes. You have to conclude everything within 6 minutes. Dr. Chetan will give a talk on conclusion and return to sports.
Hello everyone. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Everyone please listen carefully and give your best effort. What just happened? Everyone looks so confused, right? This is the same thing I'm going to do. See here, you can see the ball hitting the helmet or the head. So when any concussion happens, you must have seen medical physician or physiotherapist running to the, and they're going to ask the same question. I'm going to repeat again. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Please listen carefully and give a good effort. What just happened? This is the first question I'm going to ask the athlete. So why is, I want to understand whether after the hit, whether he got concussion. And how many of you know what is concussion? That's good. So is it a mild, moderate, severe? Sorry? It's a mild, moderate, severe? I got one response, moderate to severe. Is it right? It's a severe? Okay. Actually, it's a mild. Concussion is a mild. Okay, it's not a moderate to severe, it's a structural abnormality. Then that doesn't come under concussion, there's a definitive injury. Then the management changes. Okay, and also one more thing is, what is the scoring system we do, SCAT system? Just now I asked the question, it's nothing but a Madoff questionnaire. Okay, if you ask this question in a normal population, you must have seen people walking, they hit their head on the door or something. They're not going to ask the question. But why I'm so particular for the sport? Just I'll give an instance, just imagine, I think everyone knows 2011 World Cup. Nothing happened there, I'm just taking that so everyone can easily connect to that. Just imagine if the Gautam Gambhir or a Dhoni got hit and I'm a physician, I'm running to him. I can't go with the emotions. I have to go with the science backed up. I should know what to do. I cannot just know, okay, there's a final, if you lose, we're going to miss out everything. No. And there my job is to be a scientific professional. So So I need to be thorough with how to approach. So that's why the SCAT has come up. Okay, SCAT is nothing but to screen on field and off the field. Okay, that's the one. So concussion, as I said, it's a mild and there is no abnormality. If you do a MRI, CT, it's negative. Okay? Then after the concussion, why we take them out? Do I take them? Everyone? No. I just go assess them. I'm not just going to just ask the questions. I'm also seeing how the athlete is behaving. When I go, I see his pupil, how he is moving, whether he was any seizures, whether he's in a shock. And also I check them whether there's any palpable tenderness, all the things. Once it's done, then I'm going to ask a question. Once the questionnaire is clear, then it gives me an idea that, okay, this athlete is fit to continue. So then I let the athlete continue the sport. Then I come back, then again follow up with the questionnaires. Just to see whether there's any progression. Whatever you mentioned, right, moderate to severe. So I keep on looking for it. I got hit now, maybe after 2 hours, again, it might increase to a moderate to severe. Then there might be a bleed, then there might be seizures. So I have to follow up with that. So I'll just show you how to do. How many of you physiotherapists are here? Oh, can just one stand up and sit down? Everyone? Yeah, house is full of physiotherapists. That's good. See, give a big round of applause for them. I'll tell you I just share my experience. Around 6-7 years back, I was a ringside physician. There was an athlete who was doing a boxing. He got hit on the head, and suddenly someone called me, please check for the concussion. At that point of time, I was not prepared for it. No one has told me how to go about it, how to do. I just went there, just checked and came back. I felt myself ashamed. I did not show it all because what it did is not right. If I went there as a ringside physician, I should be able to know. I should be able to give a professional decisions. I just cannot go just for the sake of going and coming back home. So as a physiotherapist, you have a big role to play. As I said, just imagine you are in 2020, 2011 World Cup and you are running there. If you give a wrong decision, maybe you take out the athlete out. Or if you do a right one, you don't know how they will turn out. Even in the NFL is a national football league where American football. Recently, last year one case happened where the athlete died. In that committee, they had a neuroscientist, neurologist, neurosurgeon, everything was sitting in the dugout. And the athlete got hit. And they came back, they assessed, they deemed him fit, and he went back again, he died in the second or third quarter. So that is how the severity is. So there, later on everything was done, they did a detailed reporting, but they followed the protocols. So no one was under a threat. Just imagine if something happens here, if something goes, either your career will be done and you'll be behind the path. So this profession comes with responsibility as well. So be prepared, wherever you go, be prepared. If there's an ACL injury, if there's an MCL injury, meniscal injury, it's okay. It's not a life-threatening. But concussion is the one, it's a life-threatening. So understand the basic, it's not too complicated, very simple. How you approach, when there is any concussion. Okay, I'll just go through that now. Next slide. So as I said, it's a mild and just a functional. There is no structural involved here. Okay, this is a concussion. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So clinical features, you can look for a cognitive, physical, emotional sleep. Again, sleep comes later on. But these are the things like cognitive. If someone is, I ask you a few questions, meta question I asked, right? Listen carefully and just respond. If I ask you, where are you now? Are you going to say, okay, I'm in Bhubaneswar? If someone takes 2 seconds, what? That means there is something. Okay. And before that, you have to have a conversation with whichever team you work, you have to tell the athlete that, okay, if something happens to you, I'm going to come and ask you. Suddenly when I asked, everyone's face looked blank because no one knew what is this. Suddenly just imagine a wrestler do not know anything, suddenly got hit in the middle of the match, suddenly you go run and okay, you tell them, okay, I'm going to ask you a question, please listen carefully, you will be like, look blank. But you cannot rule out just because you look blank, because you have not prepared the athlete for it. So that's why like whenever you go to boxing, wherever you go, you just prepare them. You tell them, okay, I'm going to ask this question if this arises. Then they will be aware. And also you have to tell them which question you're going to ask, how the question you're going to ask. Yesterday also there was a Devon Travis, this match was going on, he got a hit on the head. He called the physio and the physio ran to him, he knows what's happening. Just imagine Devon Travis knows what's the question going to come. So it take only 2 minutes, so you get back to sport. If you do not know, he'll be in a blank, suddenly someone coming, he'll saying I'm fine, but suddenly someone is saying, no, I have to check. There will be a lot of confusion. That cannot happen. Even if you take a boxing, you have a 30 seconds to decide their future. Just imagine in a World Cup or a Olympic. If you do not know, you'll be running back and they'll ask me, I'll ask a question, they'll be like, I have only 30 seconds, just go away. Then you are unable to make a decision. That's why you have to prepare the athlete, you have to follow the rules. Okay? And that's it. Next. So red flag syndrome, as I said, concussion is a mild and functional. If it progresses further, that's why we look for the red flags. Red flag is not for the concussion. It's just to see is there any progressive injury. Okay, so we can see that loss of consciousness. Everyone knows loss of consciousness, awareness, and all the things. Same with the recurrent vomiting. That's why seizure activity, anything. And also headaches, all the things. So even if you're giving a medicines, do not give any medicines. If someone had an injury, just ask them. It's more likely a sports concussion unless otherwise proved in a sports fraternity. So before giving ibuprofen, aspirin, make sure this is not a contact injury. If someone had a migraine, maybe he's a boxer, he had a migraine, maybe during the bout he must have fell on his head, but he comes back and says, I'm having a severe headache, can you give me medicines? Don't give aspirin, ibuprofen. If you're in doubt, don't do it. Because paracetamol is the safest, but still I always believe better to discuss with the physician. Because if you give aspirin or ibuprofen, which athlete used to take for migraine or so, suddenly he takes and end up in
You have another 1 minute more, so please conclude it.
Sure. So then he might end up in a severe injury, okay? Next, coming to the next slide. So initial management is 24 hours, give a rest, not a bed rest, just mild rest, where you can walk, basic things, not any strenuous activities. So next slide. So these are the clinical assessment. As I said, SCAT is one of them. You can take a picture and you can read it. It's available in the net. I don't have time to go detail. Yes. So stage 1 is, if you get anyone, just rest, let him walk, just see how he's doing. Next, go to second. Stage 2 is after 1 day, 24 hours. Stage 2 is up to 70% of HR max, you can make him work. And stage 3 is a sports specific activity, running and basic things. And stage 4 is complicated. So 1, 2, 3 is all day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. First 2 is a rest. After this, every 24 hours, we'll be doing this. Then day 5 is day 7 is your, go to next minute. Contact sport. If there is no symptoms, then at the end of day 8, he will be back to sports. If any symptoms happen, let's say I'm in day 3, today I have symptoms, then rest for 24 hours, I will start for the day 2 activities. So go backwards. Okay? Go to the next one. So approximately recovery time is, for adults it takes between 17 to 14, and for the adolescent 14 to 28, and for the children it takes more than 4 weeks. So for anything, any concussion, if you identify it, take at least 7 days. Okay. Next, medical clearance criteria will be given by the physician. I'll not go detail, sorry for the rush. So complication is second. As I said already, if they have any injury, if they are allowed him to go back, there might be a second injury. So better to avoid. Okay, that's why till the full clearance is done, don't put him back to the contact sport. Go to the next one. So management, as I said, it's not just a physical injury. There might be a lot of sleep will be deprived. There will be a lot of anxiety. So it's a multidisciplinary approach rather than just a medical or a wait and watch approach. So next year. So prevention, you must be knowing like how to try to safeguard your vital organs, maybe helmet or fittings and all the things. So if in doubt, always take them out. Okay, this is the thumb rule of your concussion. Whenever you are not sure of anything, if you think it's severe, if you're in doubt, just take them out. No matter what the stage is. Okay, and just thank you all. Thank you very much. Just for 30 seconds.
Any question? Yeah.
So if I see all the references, I have not put any Indian reference. So there is no, I don't know whether it's a coincidence or just a two different factor why we are not so good in sports, even in the medals, even in the sports science. So probably if you improve, if you get better at the sports science, probably our medals also might increase. It's not like just Olympic medals. It's just if you increase our level, even the academics, even the sports science, probably we will directly or indirectly will increase the Olympic medals. So I think everyone should look into okay, what I can contribute to the Indian sports than what Indian sports contribute to me. Thank you all.
Any questions, please? Audience, any question? It's a very good topic. And all are, mostly this crowd is physiotherapists. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. I am not a physiotherapist, first of all. But I would like to know, you showed the recovery time difference between children and adults and the adolescents. Can you just
So because cognitive levels and all the things very difficult to assess in our children. And all those structures are developing. So we don't want to take we want to take we don't want to take a risk in that. And the recovery rate is little slower because there's a lot of blood supply and biochemical things are little change in the they might change in the children and the adult. So we want to keep it a more safer period for the children than the adults. So and for the SCAT also we do a different SCAT. SCAT 6 is for above 12 years. SCAT 6 child SCAT is between 8 to 12 years.
So the thing what I like to say, concussion doesn't depend, it's only for an elite player or a grassroots player. Physiotherapist or as anyone, as human being also, a patient is a patient, whether an elite national player or just a grassroots player or just a local team player or club player. So anytime you see a patient, the protocol has to be the same. You are the authority to tell it on field. You have to explain the patient because the players are very much aware of concussion, and they blindly believe on you, especially in high contact sports or like boxing or anything. So if you have the authority, you are saying that try to be very much strong in your command. You should come out of the field, do the assessment properly, as Dr. Chetan has mentioned. The assessment has been very much strongly done on field and to take a decision. And return to sports is another one thing which you should know. I request you not to comment as a physiotherapist, you can return to a sport in this time, like what recently happened. Always take the opinion of your doctor and discuss it in detail. Now recently what happened with Shreyas Iyer? The physio came up into the field. He is this, he has got rib injury and he should be good. But that's not true. Concussion we can't do. Similarly, what happened with who's the captain? Indian team captain sir kaun hai yaad nahi aa raha. Shubham Gill. So it is an interspinous ligament tear. But he said it's the next spasm. So interspinous ligament is out. Minimum 3 months out. So you should always don't be very fast in putting a comment. Just all this concussion has to be taken care of.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much for that wonderful insight that you shared. As a journalist, I want to know one very important point that you made is about lack of research in India. I want to know from you what are some things that have come in the way of research, especially in a very important subject like concussion. Do we have no concussions in India?
Sir, we do have a lot of concussions, but if there is no incidents, we do not know how many concussions happening per year. Which sport we don't know. As I said, like in the morning also, like in football, you know how many football are different age group are working in the classroom. But if I look, even the AI cannot help in this. Because if I look search, okay, what is the incidence of concussion in the junior level or high level in India, I get very blank. Then there is no data only. So who's making mistake? Whether athlete is not athlete mistake. But there's a system. No, we are also part of the system. Even if I do something, I have to publish. Then only that will be stored as a data. Even if you see a Western countries, did not happen over a day or months. It happened over years and years. So it's a collective effort rather than I can blame easily. Okay, India do not have a data. Even I'm part of India. I'm also not providing much. So it's just a request from everyone. Whenever you come across anything which makes a significant difference, make a note of it and try to publish it so that there will be some repository so we can use it later. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Chetan. And the data, why data is not there? Because last 5 to 6 years, I had conducted more than 100 tournaments in Kalinga Stadium, and always they put me as a medical coordinator, according to Capital Hospital and other part of the hospital, just like Apollo, and with teams and doctors and the yes. But I had that time I fixed a injury record. One table I had given to all the physios that please note down how you are using. First identify the injury, the diagnosis, then treatment what we are doing. It's a record for the tournament organizer, it is record for you also, and also it will be recorded for how much physiotherapy equipments or materials we are using in a one tournament and what kind of tournament. This is a very researchable topic and you people has to do this one. Okay, next is Dr. Subrata De. He's here. Please. Dr. Subrata De will enlighten you about the sports science career and research prospect.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I think we have already witnessed over the lectures since forenoon. So here I will be speaking something related to sports science as a whole in terms of career and its research prospect. So before presenting this topic, I would like to thank this Sports Science India, especially Dr. Sarthak, for taking such an initiative, especially as a form of conclave. So all of you are here sports science professional, I guess. Can you please have the slide? So quick questions, how many of you in your time dreamed to become a sports scientist or sports science professional? All of you? Or you came by chance or maybe by choice? By choice, how many? Okay, fine. So here I will throw some light on sports science next. So the role of sports science before that, first we have to think about physical education, right? So if you know so quickly we will tell that what's the scenario in the countries in terms of sports science as well as physical education. Recent integration, especially in national education policy, if you look such initiatives like Hello India, like Hello India, different verticals of games, apart from that Fit India movement, and obviously what I said now in framework in terms of sports educations. So they reflect especially that where we are going to stand, because you all know that 1984 in new education sports policy, afterwards I guess 2011 and now 2020 we have seen even 2024 the draft. Next. So this changes drastically reflects that where we are moving in the coming years. Next. So these are the various importance of physical education in terms of physical fitness, as not only in medal or athlete, it's all over you and me all as a being a fitness, that is also added advantage. Next. And if you look the current sports pathways in India in terms of physical education and sports science, there are different verticals. But school programs, if you see a lot of people since in the forenoon classes also, I mean, you have witnessed this grassroots we are talking about. Even Mr. Sajid Karan sir also spoke about that we are lacking somewhere grassroots, the data. So this will come from grassroots. Until and unless we don't have the proper grassroots, sports science, nothing will work. So we have different four verticals where basically this entire sports ecosystem in the country is running, and you all know about Sports Authority of India and other government in terms of universities and state universities. Next. So this one already I told, and this is just roughly a data. Here you can see how many athletes are getting support, and we know all these things. Not earlier it was, but now we are witnessing, and recently I think all of you know that University Hello India Games is also going on in Rajasthan. Next. And this one already I told. And you can see now, coming to the point of sports science, we all know that sports science, what it is. But how many of you know that how it is realistic in terms of athlete performance as well as research? So that's main why we are here discussing. So if we go in depth that what are the different areas and different verticals of sports science, you all know, some of you, mostly maybe majority are from sports physiotherapy, more maybe from sports nutrition background. So there are 7 broadly domain excluding sports medicine. So we all know that. Next. And basically our job is to not only the performance, to check why it is not up to the mark in terms of correction of probably the angle of javelin, probably the correct selection of punch. If you see a boxing, nowadays earlier it was like simply manual observation. And if you see now in the teams, in a single click, athlete can able, even sports science team, coach can see that what was the force of that particular punch. Similarly, if you see the skill sports like archery, earlier we used to see only the score of X or 10, athlete manually watching. And now you as a spectator, you can see in recent inclusion of in Tokyo 2020, the live heart rate you can see. So this reflects the science from athlete to the prospect of all, right? So this is how sports sciences basically work. Not only next, yeah, these are the different domains. Next, here you can see the first point I kept here, like specializations. Someone said in the forenoon, like previous my lecture, about the talent identification program. How many of you believe that in talent identification program we need the help of sports science? Right? Now question is in different aspect. Probably a child who is good in judo but not good in swimming, who will decide? However, in early age we need not to be more specialized, right? Ideally, in very many literature, if you see, 14 years, 15 years, they can play multiple sports. Because we as a human being, our body is like a blend of different organs and parts, simply if I say. So it will determine based on the ability and their game-specific quality, starting from body types, starting from their different abilities in terms of power, strength. So this is how basically talent identification should be aligned with. Next. So this already I told. Next. And these are some database. If you look at present, we are talking that we are only the few people here as a sports science. It was the story way back 20 or 30 decades back. But today in India you see most of the grassroots level also you will see someone who is from sports science background or who is already having the experiences to work with sports people or person, right? Not only PT teachers. So these are some database. If you see, you can also check this. We all know that without data and proper reference, we cannot interpret anything, right? These are the, all already. So now here you can see the emerging of national sports university also in the country that reflects that where we are going for, right? Next. So now I will focus on the next part in terms of career opportunities. How many of you know? I don't know, but I am sure that you will check this later on after this lecture also, that how many places are there where you can contribute. Before asking about the opportunity, first we have to know that as a sports science professional, how I can contribute for the development of a proper child from the growth phase to in terms of elite athlete in different aspects. Because opportunity will come, but the qualified professional in terms of manpower is very, very important. I may be a good...
You have another 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, sure, sir. I'll make this. So that is the way how sports science should work. Next, and these are the different nomenclature here. You can see most of you may be familiar with this. So a lot of opportunities definitely coming, because recently we also know that 2030 we are going to host another international event after 20 years. And next we are also hoping for more. Next. So these are different aspects in terms of research. If you see the sports ministry, HRD, that is Human Research Development, also providing a lot of funds. Only the thing we have to explore, we have to check these things that where we can fit for, and accordingly we can provide the details and you can apply for that also. Next. So in India there are many sports universities emerging in almost every state, and also apart from that, sports ministry already funded several institutes, like almost 6 institutes, 1 medical college for offering all these UG PG courses. Next, so here also, I belong from SSU, so now we are also having this course in Orissa, BPS and sports physiology courses. So you can also check that one. You can pass this information to our next generation. And here is a list what I said about Enter India. Next, quickly. Next. So these are the different universities. You can see. Next. Yeah, already I have spoken about this. Quickly you can, yeah. So these are the last concluding part, like challenges. Yeah, every steps we have to face the challenge, then only we can see the reality. So definitely in India, we don't have that proper database, because taking an example, what Sir was saying about the number of children, those who are playing football. We don't have that database. So first, the moment we will do the process, and it should be in published based, then only we can have that real database, and we can showcase that India being the, cultural aspect, being the different region specific. So then only we can get that, okay, North is having the potential for this, North having this, South having this. So this is how things should be done. And for that we have to have a good proper policy. Because at present India we don't have a policy in terms of sports science council or something kind of. Overall I can say sports educations. We have AIU, we have NTC and other societies or maybe government regulatory bodies, but we don't have. So first we make to have a new thought process for the council, then only all the rest of things in terms of governance will come. Quickly please, sir, I will take another 1 minute. Yeah. So obviously you know that practice in the youth sports is very important, because ultimately we all are thinking for elite athletes, but we don't think about that from where elite athlete will come, right? So that's why recently, I think last year also 2024, Sports Ministry has launched one new program, that is Kriti, Khelo India Talent Identification Program. So that might be one of the game changing if we can go in the proper directions. And obviously, lot of opportunity will definitely emerge. Yeah. Quickly, last slide. Regulatory body I already told. And technology, it is also there, because the theme itself is AI. So you can see the importance of new advancement technology in sports. Yeah. So quickly, last slide.
Just so the slide over there.
This is, I think we all are dreaming for, because 2030 we already reached it. So now I need not to say about the opportunity. You know that 2036, if we are getting the lot of things, we have to have that manpower. So with this, I hope you all will try to first contribute for the sports science, then opportunity definitely will come. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking 3 minutes more.
Any questions, please?
Quickly, I will take some questions.
Yes. Please. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions.
Yes, please.
First question is, after the very slide, as you mentioned, historically, India is not a sport. Sports is not a part of our culture. एक तो मैं मेरा क्वेश्चन है, क्या रीजंस थे जो हिस्टोरिकली हमारा जो कल्चर में स्पोर्ट्स थी? दूसरा मेरा क्वेश्चन इसके साथ ही है, अब फ्यूचर में तो आई थिंक पहला क्वेश्चन तो आपने अंडरस्टैंड किया होगा कि हमारे कल्चर में स्पोर्ट्स नहीं है हिस्टोरिकली, वो उसके क्या रीजंस हैं? दूसरा मेरा जो क्वेश्चन है वो ये है कि इन फ्यूचर में जब हम 36 की बात कर रहे हैं, 2030 इज ऑलरेडी देयर, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं प्रैक्टिकली इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, हम क्या कर सकते हैं? क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ खेलो इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स हो रहे हैं या इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी हो रही है, बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज ऐसी हैं जहाँ पे बड़े बड़े हमारे स्टार्स हैं, वो पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं फ्रॉम दैट यूनिवर्सिटी, बट वो वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं करते, क्योंकि वहाँ पे ना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ना वहाँ पे कोचेज हैं। ऐसे ही स्कूलों की हालत है, तो स्कूलों में कोच नहीं है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, तो अगर प्रैक्टिकली हम इन चीज़ों के लिए कैसे सोल्यूशन दे सकते हैं? 2 क्वेश्चन मेरे हैं, तो आप
थैंक यू सर, बहुत फैंटास्टिक पॉइंट आपने किया है। सो बेसिकली पहला जो पॉइंट था अर्ली टाइम पे, आई मीन पुराने टाइम की अगर बात करें, उस टाइम पे जैसा है फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, फिजिकल वेलनेस, ये टाइम वहाँ उस टाइम पे तो था, दैट टाइम इट वाज देयर, इवन इफ यू सी द अर्थ बेथ, इट वाज देयर, लाइक इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ physical activity. Even I guess, if I'm not mistaken, some quote of Olympic myths, it was also there early time. But if you talk about the physical education, it was not too much popular, or it was not mentioned. But now there is the basic thing, that second part you are talking about, the infrastructure. We all are hoping for 2036, but it's not an easy job, because we don't have the proper grassroots. So how we can build the big floor? So the point is, what I believe, that observation in terms of monitoring and systematic monitoring should be there. Because if you feel like there is no PT teacher in this class, only physical education or maybe physics teacher is taking the game. So here you can compare that until or unless there is a proper person who is the PT teacher in the grassroots, we cannot think for the elite national athlete or camp. So regulatory mechanism in terms of monitoring, because we are a diverse country, so it should be properly monitored. So that is the only root cause where we can add.
इसमें मेरा एक सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चन होगा।
जी प्लीज।
पीटी टीचर क्या शॉर्ट पुट ट्रेनिंग करा सकता है, जल्दी तो करा सकता है? ये तो ऐसा हुआ कि एक टीचर जो है साइंस पढ़ा रहा है, मैथ पढ़ा रहा है, इंग्लिश पढ़ा रहा है और स्पोर्ट्स साइंस पढ़ा रहा है, तो क्या हमें एक स्पेशलाइज्ड कोच नहीं चाहिए? क्योंकि जब आपको ओलंपिक में मेडल जीतने हैं तो आपको अमेरिका से कम्पीट करना है, यूरोप से करना है, अफ्रीका से करना है, तो क्या आपको स्पेशलाइज्ड कोच नहीं चाहिए?
बिल्कुल, इसमें
पीटी टीचर काम कर रहे हो।
बिल्कुल, इसमें मैं सहमत हूँ, बट फॉर्चुनेटली और अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे मतलब सब आपको पता ही है कि we don't have also the number of PT teachers also. तो PT teacher एक physical growth के लिए I think he is the right person, but if we talk about coach, this should be
talk.
Yes,
हमारे देश में सबसे प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना, जो फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर है उनको हम हाफ फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर बना रहे हैं। बिफोर इंडिपेंडेंस गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया था जस्ट चलो 1 ईयर का डिप्लोमा नहीं 2 साल का डिप्लोमा बस, दैट्स ऑल फिजिकल एजुकेशन दैट इमीडिएट वी नीड, बट अल्टीमेटली नाउ 70 years, more than 70 years over, still we are following same curriculum, वही 1 साल का, अभी तो 2 साल हुआ है, 2 साल में 2 साल में क्या कोई एनाटॉमी फिजियोलॉजी पढ़ लेगा?
सर पहले
एक
तो
साल
स्पेशलाइज्ड कोच की बात करते हैं, बाद में साइंस आएगा, तो मेनली सेम लाइन आपका
मदर ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स, सी मदर ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स इज फिजिकल एजुकेशन, एंड फिजिकल एजुकेशन इज द फाउंडेशन फॉर ओलंपिक एंड स्प्रिंगबोर्ड इज यूनिवर्सिटी. This will be the only conclusion when government will think about that. Physical education courses should be 4 years, just like engineer, just like professional courses. Automatic आपका वो आंसर था ना, जो शॉर्ट फुट फेंक सकता है कोच की जरूरत कोच की नहीं है, वो जो 4 साल में करें उसका एक स्पेशलाइजेशन रहेगा जो ग्वालियर में होता है, तो उन एथलीट का जो स्पेशलाइजेशन होता है वो कोच हर एक जगह कोच तो हर एक गेम का तो नॉट पॉसिबल इन द इंडियन कोच.
जब आपके पास स्कूल में टीचर है तो कोच पॉसिबल हो सकता है?
देखिए हर एक स्कूल में साइंस टीचर होता है, वो फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री बायोलॉजी पढ़ाता है, लेकिन हाँ एथलेटिक का कोच हो सकता है सर, वही है फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर विद एथलेटिक स्पेशलाइजेशन जो ग्वालियर में है.
यही चीज हमें डिस्कस करनी पड़ेगी. हम सारे टॉपिक डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोलॉजी, स्पोर्ट्स न्यूट्रिशन, अपना साइंस, बायोमैकेनिक्स, एआई, बट हम डिस्कस ये कर रहे हैं गाड़ी कौन होगा, गाड़ी बताया.
सर आपका कहना बहुत बढ़िया है. एक्चुअली जो फिजिकल एजुकेशन का बात आप कर रहे हैं वो 2 साल का डिप्लोमा वाला कह रहे हैं, जो 4 साल वाला है ना वो 4 साल में स्पेशलाइज्ड होता है एथलेटिक का, नहीं तो स्पेशलाइज्ड फुटबॉल का. वैसे फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर हमें तैयार करना चाहिए, करिकुलम चेंज करना है, जो ग्वालियर में केवल हो रहा है और नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी में
अपग्रेड भी किया गया है. बेसिकली वो जो कांसेप्ट आया ना डोमेन एक्सपर्ट और एक्सपर्ट की बात है, फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर
Okay.
we will continue this discussion.
Yeah, because time is very short, I'll request Mr. Sarthak to just ask a question.
No, I will come this. Dr. Keshav, please come. Sir, this is one thing problem में मैंने भी बताया सर. जब मैं आया था सर, जब पहले हमारे कोच सब करते थे, कोच को न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में वो बताते हैं, कोच आपको इंजरी होता है तो वही बता देता है, कोच आपको रिहैबिलिटेशन कैसे करना बता देता है, कोच आपको स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग कैसे करना बता देता है. तो अभी क्या जो स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग वाले आए हैं और फिर वो अपना गेम भी बताएगा कि भाई तुम कैसे वो टेक्निक बायोमेट्रिक्स होता है. तो यदि मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि कोच सर, यानी अभी क्या हो रहा है ना, एसएनसी वाले आ गए स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग, इसमें क्या किया सर, कोच का भी काम कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग भी कर रहे हैं, रिहैबिलिटेशन भी दे रहे हैं, इंजरी को भी वो लोग खींच रहे हैं. तो ये एक प्रॉपर एसओपी बने कि कोच का काम इतना है, थोड़ा भी डायरेक्ट जैसे फौज में है कि ऐसे थोड़ा डायरेक्ट जा रहा है कि तो ये एसएनसी वाला करेगा. हमारे आइस हॉकी में भी वैसा है सर, हमारे आइस हॉकी में सर ने बहुत क्लियर किया है, एसएनसी यानी एसएनसी वाला देखेगा, फिजियो यानी फिजियो उसको ट्रेनिंग देगा, डॉक्टर का काम है डॉक्टरी देखना, इंजरी होता है और गाइड करना फिजियो का, और कब वो जा पाते हैं एसएनसी को उसको जाना चाहिए, और कोच अपना कोचगिरी करता है. कोच भी ये सब चीज़ में इंटरफेयर नहीं करता, वो सीधा हाथ बताता है डॉक्टर साहब. तो दिस एक कल्चर हमने मैनेज किया है इसमें. मेरे को शॉर्टकट के बारे में पता नहीं है, बस दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव.
सॉरी मैं आपको, क्योंकि मुझे बोलने का मौका मिला नहीं था, तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ इसमें क्या है सर कि क्योंकि मेरा पिछले 25 सालों में मेरा खुद का एक्सपीरियंस बड़ा रहा है खेल के अंदर, और यहाँ पे क्या कर दिया है, डिवाइड एंड रूल वाली पॉलिसी स्पोर्ट्स में भी आ गई है. जो सर बोल रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल सही है, सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ये बात बोलते हैं कि कोच का कोई रोल है, स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट का अलग रोल है, साइकोलॉजिस्ट का अलग रोल है। पर मुझे जो लगता है, जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, ये एक टीम गेम है, टीम वर्क है ये, और आपको दुनिया को हराना है, आपको उड़ीसा को हरियाणा को नहीं हराना है, आपको अमेरिका को हराना है। तो ये टीम गेम है। पहली बात तो हमारे जो स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम में है, सब लोग इंडिविजुअली तो अपने आप को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि मैं डॉक्टर साहब है, ये प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं कि मैं इंजरी करूंगा, अगर कोई निष्कर्ष की इंजरी होगी तो मैं ठीक कर सकता हूँ उसे। अरे नहीं सर, आप किसी टीम का हिस्सा है, तो अगर होगी तो आपको ठीक करना है। ऐसे ही एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर जो है उसको फैसिलिटेट करना है, ऐसी पॉलिसीज बनानी है कि हर जो टैलेंटेड बच्चा है वो मिस ना करे अपना मेडल, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली वो मेडल इंडिया का होगा, ना कि वो फेडरेशन का होगा। ऐसे ही साइकोलॉजिस्ट, ये सब एक टीम गेम है। अब दूसरी बात, मैं कोचेस पे क्यों इंपॉर्टेंस दे रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास 17 कोचेस रहे मेरे 20 साल के करियर में, मैंने 17 कोचेस बोले। रीजन क्या हुआ उसका कि हमारे देश में, जो मेरा पर्सनल फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस बता रहा हूँ आपको, कोच कौन सेलेक्ट करता है? फेडरेशंस। और फेडरेशन कौन किसको सेलेक्ट करेंगी? जो मेरे वो फेडरेशन के पास जाके वहाँ पे दिल्ली में 2 कप चाय पिएगा, एक बर्फी का डिब्बा लेके जाएगा और कोई सिचुएशन से जाएगा। तो कोच जो है वो इसलिए, क्योंकि आप जब आप सिस्टम पढ़ेंगे तो स्पोर्ट्स इज ए साइंस बेस्ड प्रोग्राम। करेगा कौन? खिलाड़ी करेगा। और उस प्रोग्राम को मैंने हेड कौन करेगा? कोच। बाकी सब सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ होंगे, चाहे वो कोई भी है। डॉक्टर साहब डोंट टेक इट पर्सनली, ठीक है ना जी? क्योंकि वो लोग, कोच ही पूरे प्रोग्राम को रन करेगा, वो आइडेंटिफाई करेगा कि टैलेंट कौन है, उसको कैसे ग्रो करना, कितने साल बाद वो मेडल देगा। हमने उसको बिल्कुल सिस्टम में बाहर कर दिया है। आप समझ सकते हैं कि खेलो इंडिया स्कीम जो सरकार चला रही है, उसमें इनिशियल जो स्लोअर लेवल पे केवल 20,000 रुपए एक तनख्वाह देते हैं कोच को। अब मुझे बताइए कि जो साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट का आदमी है वो 20,000 पर काम करने आएगा? क्या आप लोग जाएंगे 20,000 पर काम करने के लिए? जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे काम कर रहा है, जिसने आइडेंटिफाई करना है टैलेंट को, जिसने मेंटल सेटअप बनाना है। मेरा कोच था, पहला जो कोच था वो ही वाज फ्रॉम बेलारूस। तो उसने मुझे एक बात बोली थी व्हेन आई वाज 18 ईयर ओल्ड। तो उसने मुझे कहा कि ओपी कि इफ यू डोंट विन ए मेडल इन ओलंपिक्स आई विल बी द लूजर। एक ये लाइन बोली थी कि अगर आपका ओलंपिक में मेडल नहीं आया तो यू आर द बेस्ट टैलेंट दैट आई हैव एवर सीन इन माय लाइफ। अगर आपका ओलंपिक मेडल नहीं आया तो मैं लूजर कहूंगा। परंतु मुझे केवल उस पास 6 महीने काम करने का मौका मिला। तो कोच वहां से मोटिवेट करता है, वो आपके अंदर सपना दिखाता है, आपका जुनून आपको पैदा करता है, आपके अंदर आग पैदा करता है। अगर आप 20,000 में, मैं पैसे से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, पर आप समझिए कि आजकल के जमाने में जिसमें 2 बच्चे भी हैं अगर आपके, और दिल्ली या उड़ीसा या भुवनेश्वर जैसे शहर में रह रहे हैं, तो 20,000 में हाउ कैन यू मैनेज? आप अपने दिमाग से शांत नहीं हो पाएंगे, आपकी टेंशन है परिवार। तो ये सारी चीजें जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे हम काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। और स्पॉन्सर्स हमारे सीएसआर का प्रोग्राम होगा, तो अगर नीरज चोपड़ा के पास जो है मेडल जीत लिया है उसने, तो स्पॉन्सर, सारे स्पॉन्सर उसके पास चले जाएंगे। जबकि अगर कोई बच्चा 10 साल का है और वो पोटेंशियल है उसमें, और उसको आइडेंटिफाई भी कर लिया है किसी कोच ने, तो वो अगर कहने जाएगा सर इसको जो है इसकी डाइट में ड्राई फ्रूट चाहिए, अंडे चाहिए, तो उसको स्पॉन्सर करने वाला कोई नहीं है। ऐसे सिस्टम में कैसे हम जो है प्रैक्टिकली अपना मेडल जीत सकते हैं? पॉसिबल नहीं है। आपको प्रैक्टिकली ग्राउंड पे जाके ये बात सभी लोगों को करनी पड़ेगी, चाहे जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे इन्वॉल्व हैं, कि जो बच्चा भी खेल के लिए पैदा हुआ है उसको हर संभव सुविधाएं दी जाएं। तो मैं अल्टीमेटली कहूंगा कि हर एक आदमी उस टीम गेम का हिस्सा है जिसने इंडिया को ओलंपिक मेडल जिताना है। हम सभी लोग हैं यहाँ पे। ना ये सोचिए कि मेरा रोल सबसे अहम है, सबका रोल अहम है। अल्टीमेटली एम जो है वो इंडिया को गोल्ड मेडल जिताना है ओलंपिक्स में। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गोपी जी, आपने बहुत अच्छा इस बच्चों को बहुत मोटिवेट किए और एक्चुअल पिक्चर दिखाए। थैंक यू। यस, Mr. Kesar, please, you can proceed.
So, very good afternoon each and everyone. Hope you guys are having a great time. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sarthak for giving me this opportunity to share my experience and knowledge with you. So, I'll be speaking about strength and conditioning for competitive excellence. So, Can I have the next slide? So before that, I just want you guys to know who actually is a strength and conditioning professional. So before that, I want you guys to know what is strength and what is conditioning. Strength is basically what? The ability of your body to generate force against an external resistance, and conditioning is basically training your energy system in accordance to your sports. So basically, a SNC is someone who facilitates both the things. Okay. So I guess if you guys think, picturize a SNC coach, who is he? If you see people from abroad, bald-headed, jack guys shouting in the field, shouting in the gym, all the players, that is basically a typical picture you guys get. So you guys must be thinking the same thing people are doing in this normal commercial gym, same gym trainer doing the same thing. But actually it's not the same. So basically for an SNC, training has a very big undervalue. We have to have a lot of scientific foundation. We have to think a lot about giving an exercise to a particular athlete. We need to be accountable for each and every reps, each and every set. Forget about the exercise. Okay. So how does a SNC blend into a sports science team? So basically, I'll give you an anecdote. If you see, I think you guys know what is the jigsaw puzzle, right? So the different domains of sports science which has been discussed earlier, they are the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. So if anywhere anything is missing, that picture is not complete. So we as a SNC is something, is a small part of that big picture. Okay. So now let's look into consideration what is a sports performance. See again one more anecdote. If we are making a building, what are the basic requirement of the building? That is the base and the pillars. So the whole sports performance comes with 4 basic pillars, 4 type of preparedness. One is your tactical preparedness, one is your technical preparedness, one is your psychological preparedness, and one is your physical preparedness. So before that, as we had a very big discussion about the role of coaches, I'll tell you one thing, in Indian sports ecosystem, the thing works in a way which is called athlete-centric, coach-driven. And we as a support staff help the coach to drive the athlete and get the result. So coach in all these 4 pillars, they have a role to play, both in technical, tactical, psychological, and physical. And it's quite obvious because coach is the one who spends the maximum number of time with the athlete. He knows him inside out. And where we come, when it comes to tactical and technical aspects, we have our biomechanics, sports scientists who are working with that, and data analysts. When we talk about psychological factor, we have the sports psychologists. And when we talk about the physical factor, we have the physiotherapists and us, the strength and conditioning coaches. So now, how does the flow of work of a strength and conditioning work? It's not that the athletes randomly come to us and we throw few exercises and he's done. No, it doesn't work like that. Everything goes through a system and it's a systematic approach. So what happens from the starting? If an athlete comes to me, I need to know what sport he's playing. Okay. So we start with a needs analysis. When I talk about needs analysis, it's basically of 3 types. The physiological demand of the sport, the physical demand of the sport, as well as the biomechanical demand of the sport, and the new thing which has come into picture is the injury occurrence of the particular sport. So I need to understand these 4 factors and start with it. And based on that, we go to the next step, which is the assessments. So basically, there's a proverb in sports science: if you are not assessing it, you are simply guessing it, and guesswork doesn't lead you anywhere. So based on that and need analysis of the sport, we run a battery of tests. So it has to be pretty specific on the sport. So if I have a 100-meter sprinter coming to me, I won't test his 5-kilometer timing. It works like that only. So based on that assessments, we design a program specifically for that athlete or that particular team. So that again, when it comes to program designing, it has also various factors like which season, if he's in off season, if he's in pre-season or he's in season. So based on after the program designing, the biggest part and the most vital part which you guys must have heard after the Jasprit Bumrah incident, which is workload monitoring. Workload monitoring is an integral part of the sports science as well as strength and conditioning system, because it gives us a feedback how is your particular training pattern is affecting the athlete and what is the feedback we are getting out of it. Apart from that, the last and the most important part is the recovery. You have to make sure your athlete is well recovered for the next season, next match, or the whole tournament. Now, let's have a look on the ever-changing role of an SNC. Basically, a strength and conditioning coach over his period of time experienced three types of athletes. One is the grassroots, second is the elite, and third is the recreational. So my approach in these three won't be the same, because one shoe size never fits all. So when I'm talking about a grassroots athlete, so I have a lot of work to do because he's fresh. So the way I move, he will be formed that way. So there are more challenges in grassroots athletes compared to these two. So when I'm training an elite athlete, so in most of the cases, they have reached a certain level, they have reached a certain ceiling. In many cases, they know what they are doing, and they are at times they.
You have another 2 minutes.
Okay. So that way, here we have to show our expertise, so that we have less scope of work and where we can add value to that. And the most challenging part is the recreational. When I'm talking recreational, we had a big example today in the morning, Patil sir. So he has to juggle between his training, he has to juggle between his family, he has to juggle between his job. So here we have to be smart enough, we have to be more understanding enough, we need to have that rapport, so that we can adjust our schedule based on their lifestyle. So now I'll give you two examples where an SNC made a difference. So I guess, how many of you Virat Kohli fans in the room? Please raise your hand. Okay, I was expecting more. How many diehard Virat Kohli fans in the room? Very good. So this is before and after picture. Basically, it's been in reverse. Okay. So Virat Kohli, does in 2011 IPL, he was having a very lean patch. So one day he went in front of the mirror. He was shirtless. His belly is protruding out. He can't feel his cheekbone. That moment hit him like anything. He said, "Bro, if I want to become an international athlete with the level of Djokovic and Cristiano Ronaldo, this is not how a professional athlete looks." So it was a wake-up moment. He worked with his strength and conditioning coach Shankar Basu, and now, please play the video. This is what he has become, and this is what was the starting of Virat Kohli, the GOAT. Okay. One more example was our very own PV Sindhu ma'am. So just before the Rio Olympics, she was recovering from a stress fracture, and performance was little going down. That time she realized that there's a missing link in my performance. So she got a strength and conditioning coach. They changed the exercise regime, and after that, we all know she got a silver in Rio Olympics. So this again, we had a discussion. Someone put a very good point that why we are not succeeding as a football nation. The thing is that the timing. We don't know from the how to work on the grassroots level. So basically, there's a term called long-term athlete development program, which is basically a framework where an athlete has different targets in each phase of their life and each ages of their life, which makes sure that they peak at the right time. So here the main summary is that we should avoid early specialization. Let the athlete develop motor skills. Let him play as many sports as possible, and then develop into something which he is intended to. A small anecdote here. How many of you know Mitchell Stark? Everyone knows, great. How many of you know that he was a wicket keeper before, and he turned to fast bowling later? That's the power of LTAD. So now let's bust some myths. So how many of you think that small children should not do strength training? Is there anyone who thinks like that?
Please conclude it within 30 seconds.
Okay, just last a few slides. Okay, I'll just clear the way. It's never the strength training that hampers the kid's height. It's the wrong exercise prescription. I would say the children should do strength training. Same is applicable for women and same is applicable for the older population. So now, since like every other field, SNC is also growing. So we have few technologies coming in. Last slide. So there are few examples like the velocity-based training, the GPS and heart rate variability. So again, today in the second half we have an amazing session about GPS by our sports scientist Alpesh Yadav. You guys should never miss that. Okay. So these are the different topics altogether, which will take a lot of time. So I'll just show you the summary, and I guess that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have given a very short and sweet time. Any question, please?
Anyone, any question? I would love to help you.
Okay. Thank you. Now I just concluding this session that Dr. Bahomadhyay, he has given a very good and informative lecture on sports physiology application, and followed by Dr. Vijay on future of sports mechanics in India, and next is Dr. Chetan. He has given a very good and very interactive lecture on conclusion on and return to sports, and followed by Dr. Subrata Dev, which is more interactive and very good one, because without career we cannot do anything. Right man in a right place is important in today's sports. If we don't have the right man in a right place, we cannot won a single medal in the Olympics. And finally, Dr. Keshav Ranjan, he has just given the boon and the backbone of the athlete development, that is strength and conditioning. Thank you, and I'm concluding this session. And thank you to Dr. Sarthak, who has given an opportunity to all sports scientists, even also sports science team, to get together, and also that budding sports scientists, they can learn a lesson from this conclave. Second thing, sports science, we are talking about sports science, but we have to give a very big clap to Mr. Sarthak, Dr. Sarthak, that he is being a sports medicine expert, but he's promoting sports science. That is the greatness of his. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. Special thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Soumitra Mandal, sir. Thank you, sir, for being there with us. Now, moving on towards our next session, that will be on the topic sports journalism. Moderator of the session is Ms. Soumika Das. We have our speakers with us, Dr. Shaji Prabhakaran, Mr. G. Rajaratnam, Mr. Neeraj Jha, Mr. O.P. Singh Kanana, and Shri Harjinder Singh Jindi. A big round of applause for all of them. I request all of them to kindly be seated on the forum.
Officer has gone to the stadium, so I will let it out.
For announcement, after this session we are having lunch. So that is, we will make it very short, ma'am. They are all experts, will make it very short, don't worry. So, but go for lunch, but be here at 2:30 sharp.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't think I need to introduce the legends that I'm sharing the stage with today. We'll straight away go to the topic, which says, will the new sports law ensure a break from monopoly that federations or an access to politics in sports? So, before we actually address this question, एक सिंपल सा सवाल है सर, कहीं ना कहीं when I was thinking about this topic, तो मुझे लगा कि ये जो स्पोर्ट्स लॉ आया है, जो टाइमिंग इसकी रही है, is it well timed? Now, why I am saying is it well timed? Because we have Commonwealth Games. We are trying to host the Olympics 2036. So if we consider all these things, was it necessary to come up with a law which will present India's sporting ecosystem as more transparent, something very athlete friendly? So मेरा ये question रहेगा, and I would like to start with Dr. Rajaram sir.
First of all, not Dr.
Doctor,
Rajesh.
yeah,
I
sorry,
wish I
sir.
were. Thank you so much for having me. This is wonderful. Your question is it a good time to have a new sport law? It always is a good time to have a governance act. I think India has tried from several years. Ajay Makan was sports minister back in 2009-10, just after the Commonwealth Games. He tried to introduce a bill, got shot down in the cabinet itself. So from then to now, they've been trying to get the sports law in place. Finally, there is one. So we've needed it for so many years, primarily because there have been issues in federation. There are some 300 cases pending in courts across the country around governance of federations and state associations alone. So you needed something to govern them. And it's not as if this is really new, and it's not as if Mr. Ajay Makan was the first person to try it. From 1975, when sport was under the Ministry of Education, there have been a series of notes and orders that have gone from the Government of India to federations. So restriction to hamesha hi raha hai. Now they've given it some kind of a formal structure with the National Sports Governance Act. So it always is a good time. We can discuss and debate the merits of the act and how it is going to be implemented, but yes, it is a good time.
Okay, so we understand it's a good time now. I would like Saji sir to share something about, why was this law needed? Because Rajaram sir spoke about that it's a good timing and okay, long it was, since long we should have had this before. But then why was it necessary? Because you have been into the administrative aspect of sport and speaking about federations and all. So was it necessary to have a separate, to revamp the law?
First of all, there was never a law. There was only a code that existed, and that code also was not passed by the parliament. So therefore, it is for the first time in the history of India, they have a sports governance bill which has been cleared. It's very fundamental. There are many countries you have the governance, sports governance law mechanism, because to bring a uniformity in the governance structure. Otherwise, what happens is there is always disruption, and there are no clarity in the governance structure mechanism, and that way the court interference and the dispute between the stakeholders only increases. Yeah, that is why this is a very fundamental aspect to have a governance mechanism which is uniform. Yeah, it is not like okay, football is very progressive, cricket is progressive, therefore everything globally is coming down to India and you have a different system. But here what will happen is every sport will have a similar kind of a governing structure, and that would reflect well. But then whether it will change, transform, it is only the time will tell. Because at the end, what I believe in is the people who are ultimately going to occupy those decision-making table and chair. Their competency, their focus, their ethical mindset will determine where the sports will go ultimately. But then it is good to have a sports law. Thank you.
So, I'll now ask Neeraj, because Neeraj has been reporting a lot on sports and is a sports journalist. What do you see, Neeraj, are going to be the implementational challenges? Just to have a tribunal which is going to be, we are telling that it's going to be independent. Okay, so what are the, what challenges do you think? And then you have a sports board also. There are certainly some challenges.
There are so many challenges. I can tell you one thing, that you said the word independent. How independent it is going to be is itself a challenge. Because the board will be formed by the government representatives. And then that is the biggest challenge, because then you are somewhat, government is also involved and they will also try to put in their own people. It happens with every government. It's not just about the current government. It happened in the past also. So how you control, it works like this. There are several federations working, independently. Suddenly there is a board sitting on top of them and handling everyone. So this board has so much of power that they can, de-recognize federations if they found something else. So then again it is controlled by government itself. So if government wants to make it better, keeping in mind 2030, Commonwealth Games 2036, if it happens, the Olympic and other events, will come in the time. So as you said, independent is a term which has to be defined, which will be defined later once it is implemented. The other problem I can tell you that there are so many federations, they are fighting amongst each other. One thing will happen, which there will be one recognized federation for every sport. This is what I think is going to be the best thing. And then also the player will ultimately benefit from this, because there are several positions which is kind of reserved for players in the committee, in the federation, and the women also. They have kept, I think, four women in 15-member, that board. So that is, there are so many good things. It all depends on the implementation, how it is going to be implemented. So let's see. Let's hope for the best.
Jimmy said, अभी implementation में आपको, क्योंकि आप तो you have been closely working with athletes. सारे एथलीट्स आते होंगे, बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आपके साथ शेयर करते होंगे, तो आपको कैसे लगता है कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे होगा? क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स इसमें होंगी?
I'd like to go to your other questions of other three panelists. One, the intention for this governance bill is good. I won't say the intention is not there, but there are a lot of issues which are overlapping. If they expect transparency in the National Sports Federation, the government itself has to be transparent. So if you can lead by example, it is good. And there is a lot of fallback going to come in from International Olympic Committee as well, Council, on too much of warrant interference in Olympic sports, which is going to be a challenging thing. And that has also been one of the factors that India has not yet been awarded 2036. And as what our good friend Raja also mentioned, was doping. So there were two things. We were number one on the list of doping, and second was our internal politics within the Indian Olympic Association. So there were two factors which actually, and that's the reason we got on to National Governance Bill to sort out these issues. But the National Sporting Board, what they are referring to, is not exactly going to be like what we expect it to be. It has got a lot of challenges, and the example has been the previous Indian Olympic Association elections which held. Most of the candidates, even for Athletes Commission, they were asked by the government officials, the bureaucracy, to withdraw the candidates, so they select few 8 or 9 athletes could be part of that athlete commission. That was the first sign of how government works. And if you see in the current Indian Olympic Association,
the executive committee, none of them has been an administrator in past. There were only, out of 15, I think only elections were held for 4. The rest was all unanimous. So that was very strange. Amongst those 4, I mean, I was the only one because I had nothing to lose. I had no fear on the government because our sport, I mean, Ice Hockey Association of India is self-funded. We are getting no support from government, and till date we still haven't got any support. But we have created our own path, and because we are creating our own path, we were able to participate in Asian Winter Games despite of a lot of hurdles created by the local politicians and government trying to come in the last minute and trying to have their own trials without our knowledge or without us being in conference. And soon as the women won the bronze medal in Asia Cup, again it was something which really, I mean, it was something for them to, I mean, it was a hair-raising thing for them also. The first thing, there was no message from any of the government departments or even in Ladakh also, or a tweet or any social message praising the team's bronze medal win. And our association is recognized by International Federation. So the sports bill has that facility now that we should be able to be recognized as National Sports Federation so that we can get benefit from the government. And the players will benefit the most because what we have been lacking is a lack of infrastructure and lack of funds. And if that sports bill doesn't talk about much about infrastructure though, sport creating and infrastructure, does it have? I don't think there is any provision for providing infrastructure. So in the last sessions what we had over here, we talked about faculty. So that sports bill should also have included faculty development and facility development, which is again missing in this. And if they are talking about fair governance will mean going up to district levels and supporting those district levels. So there are around 500 to 800 districts in India, and there are 40 odd Olympic disciplines. So if you calculate the number of districts and number of sports, if they start supporting that, the budgets will go into billions. Am I right? So, I mean, he's got his pulse on the Olympics, so we'll know. So, just passing, I mean, it is, I don't know how they are going to do it, implement it, but someone who says something against that, this thing, so we are National Sports Board, which will start acting on it. So, like what I said, the moment we started getting eyes and ears of the Indian audience that we are coming up, the first thing the government did was we are recognized as National Sports Promotion Organization since 2008. The first thing what the government gave us as an award was to give another organization the same status of us. So they formed a parallel body, and that too by the government. So I don't think so. I don't know whether they have their place on the heart or on somewhere. So that transparency is not there. And if you file an RTI, my name comes in, but the other person shows his document from the government, says that we are the real body. So the conflict is there itself. When you speak to the government, they say, no, it's not that way. I mean, there's something wrong somewhere. So the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, basically. The sports minister is doing something else, the sports secretary is doing something else, sports authority of India is doing something else. And this is in which obviously the players are suffering. not anyone else. And I don't know.
So, sir, Jimmy sir, in that case, this question is for Rajaram sir. I still see a silver lining. You know why? Because if the left hand doesn't know right hand and the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is, if they are saying we now have a board, a national board, so there is it is going to be centralized. So don't you think that it will resolve some of these contradictions and conflicts? And before, if you go abroad and then something, some these contradictions, paint a very a very negative picture of India internationally. If you're able to resolve all these issues by centralizing things, what's the harm?
So when Pandora's box was opened, the last thing that came out was hope. Everything else came out before. The last thing that was the only good thing left was hope. We have got hope. We have to believe that the National Sports Governance Board will be acting in a very transparent manner and in a very fair manner across the board. Right? It is only taking over from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Whatever it's been doing now, the act of recognizing a federation is done by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, or recognizing his federation as a national sport promotion organization is a job that the ministry is doing now. That ministry is assigning that job to the National Sports Governance Board. It is creating a formal structure. It already is formal, but they are creating a formal new body to recognize, de-recognize, to play around with federations and with even state and district associations. Now, their challenge is multifold. But having said all of that, it's very important for us to understand that if they are fair, they will treat all federations similarly. Unfortunately, the ministry has not done that so far. And I've written about it a few times. I'll give you an example. Jindal sir pointed out about the IOA election that was held a couple of years ago, where the government decided who will be the sports persons of merit. The elections were held in the Sports Authority of India office rather than in the IOA office. And athletes were nominated. From there, they got themselves, some of them got elected to the executive board. Now, good ones, bad ones, I'm not sitting in judgment, but the process in which it happened was run by the government, largely. They insisted on us, they wanted 25% of the electoral college to be athletes, to be representative of sports persons. Now, 3 days ago, there was election of the National Rifle Association of India. And I don't think they had any provision for sports person of merit or athlete commission getting involved in the electoral process. My simple point is, if the ministry has followed it has laid down a code and it has not followed it in some cases, the risk of the governance board also doing the same thing, of imposing certain conditions on certain federations and letting some other federations get away, is very high. I know one federation where they don't have a nepotism. Like if I'm in a federation, my brother, my sister, my wife cannot be part of the same federation. But I know one federation where the president and president has got his wife elected as a joint secretary. Now, what is the government doing about it? It is doing nothing. Similarly, if the governance board does not act in a transparent, fair manner, then we are running the risk of seeing more of the same.
So now we're coming to the topic actually. So what kind of political interference do you think that this having a centralized board can come with it, and what kind of political interference? I mean, we can only predict at this point of stage because we have not seen that how this board will function. We don't know the scenarios, but it's just the fear that many people who have been writing about it are sharing. So, considering those fear and anticipations, what kind of political interference you think which is going to be detrimental if at all it happens? So, what are the consequences basically? You think what are the negatives of having this board?
You want me to answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so,
I want all of you to answer this question.
So let's take, for example, how federations are controlled, have been controlled over the last 50, 60 years. cricket has made its money thanks to being able to sell its rights to broadcasters like Neeraj. They have pumped in plenty of money into the sport, and that sport is investing that money in developing infrastructure, in paying the players a lot of money. So cricket is kind of self-sufficient. Now Jindi sir runs a sport which is probably played in 3 states at best. Because the nature of the sport is such that you need a ice hockey rink, you need infrastructure. He created one himself in Ladakh. There's a second one now in Dehradun. I don't know if there is a third rink in the country. Now, he has self-sustained. He has raised his resources. The first rink he created himself. Now, the moment government starts giving you money, they have to demand accountability, which is only the right thing to do. Most federations have been dependent on government loan because they cannot raise money from the market. It is very tough for them to sell their product on television. Today, if you ask this audience what is the most popular sport, they will all say they watch European football, they watch American basketball. As we are talking, Formula 1 race probably will determine the world champion today. Everybody is following that. Everyone loves a controversy that Tiger Woods will spread, so golf ka thoda following ho gaya. And tennis. These are 5 major sports apart from cricket which have got following. Now if Jindi sir wants to sell his product on television, there are no takers. So he is considering already a YouTube channel for the league that is planning. Now, where is the money for him? He is not able to make money from the market. Therefore, sometimes people like him, he's not gone, so credit to him, but people like him go to the government and say, we need 30 crores or 40 crores. Look at the Football Federation. It gets funding from the International Federation as well. Despite that, it is asking the government for 35 crores to conduct an ISL this year. Now, when you go with what I call a begging bowl, you are emboldened to whatever they're telling you. They will impose a president or a secretary or a joint secretary or a treasurer or a person of their choice. It's not the current government alone. They've looked at half a century and more of politicians getting involved, and they are needed. I'm not saying they're bad. They are needed. But when you depend on one source to sustain your sport, which is the government of India, then they will want to call the shots. And that is what we are saying.
Sir, also your thoughts on the same question.
It's like, after what Mr. Raja has mentioned, there is nothing much to add apart from my experiences seeing Indian sport all these years. I don't see anything would change in terms of political interference. It will remain, it will, because the more the resources they will put in, the more they would like to have their say, and that is what is going to happen. And if what I anticipate is that the next budget we will see a considerable increase in the sports budget. And then it will definitely go down to, I don't know whether district level or maybe limit to the state level. And with the whole structure under the new governance bill, the sports board, tribunal, everything. So therefore, what we can anticipate based on all the experiences, definitely the government will have a bigger say. Good or bad, I don't know, because we will have to leave to experience. But then what I like to see is that the federations who have the mandate to govern the sport independently, it is the responsibility is on them. Because if you remain fair, if you remain ethical, if you remain transparent, and if your focus is that we would like to take the sport to the next level, then you will be safe. And that is what each federation, each association must focus on. Because see, anywhere in the world, the government would like to play an important role in terms of they want to send a message to the masses that their focus is to see that the sports grows, yeah, and that is not bad thing, it is good thing only. But then, it is our strength and weakness of the federation independently that determines how deep they go and and interfere. Therefore it is our strength because I was there. I have seen. So therefore, I never felt they are interfering as long as you try to achieve your objective. Yeah, and that is what we have to do.
And a number of times I think the federations have failed, and they have failed terribly. So much of the act is also about ensuring a safe sporting environment. We all know what happened with the wrestlers and all. I mean, we are not going to pass and comment on that, but they were amazing. So
Yes, I want to add, I think legends are there. Two things I would like to add. One, the viewership, as you said, this ice hockey will have lesser viewership, and cricket and other sports like these two sports are cricket and football, or maybe wrestling, kabaddi. These sports are very sellable in the market. But saying that, it's not just about money. Money is one part of it. The other part of it, the people like him who is investing their own money, creating this link and doing the events throughout India now. I think they have started in Jammu now, in Dehradun. I remember, sir, one incident when I was talking to my European counterparts during a call, and I told them that there is one person from Kashmir who is doing so well in winter sports. They were laughing at me. India in winter sports. So now I can see things are coming up. Second, the point I want to make is that now the government will have to take that responsibility that India is representing outside. I mean, during Operation Sindhu, government said it's not our call. It's Asian Cricket Council who has taken the call. It's the broadcaster. I will not name the broadcaster who has invested so much money. And then after Operation Sindhu, they played Asia Cup this year only. Now they can't take. They have to take the call whether India will represent into these kind of situations. So if the blame will come, it will come to government now. It's not going to be. And then the federation has to take the approval for Team India. If they are using India word, India flag, then they have, like if you remember in 2005, I remember Z had a case with BCCI that Team India and India. That was famous case where it was said that it's not Team India, it's BCCI team, it's not India team. So similar things will happen now. BCCI also comes under this now to use that name. This is going to be a challenge that if you are dictating everything through a board, then you have to take that ownership also. So I'm looking forward to it and saying that we are just 1 year old, most probably, with the bill, almost 1 year, and there is no board yet. So I mean, that if you have created a bill in the parliament, you have to act accordingly. Time is already, we have lost 1 year. And then people, you give room to the rumors. So let it be, let form the board and then bring the right people, like there are sitting two of them with me. And then create whatever you want to do with the bill.
Another fear that I have, is that we were talking about the pending cases, in the judiciaries because of the burden. They're often not able to clear these cases. But now you have a tribunal. I mean, you want to have a tribunal. So will there be a conflict of, these cases and how it will be tackled, and whether, now more cases will go unreported, or so that fear, something like that, or then again, ज़्यादा pending हो जाएगा because the tribunal will say, oh no, I have a separate code of judgment, and then the athlete will say, नहीं मेरा तो. So that thing will be, so too much of, I think, legal confusion. What I'm trying to say in simple terms, that having a separate tribunal, then we already have a constitution, we already have law. So then will it be too much of a legal hassle?
No, this for me. So legal as sir said, 300 cases are pending in the court, and there are so many coming up, right? It is you know basically जैसे शादी में होता है ना कि आप कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर लो, अलग ट्रिब्यूनल बना दिया है. Similarly, they are creating this where you have to you will get more time and it will be the answers will be you know इतना लंबा नहीं जाएगा. They will discuss it. They will try to sort it out. अभी जो pending cases है 300 को इन्होंने officially बोला है. I was going through some data. You know, it's more than 400 cases. And छोटे मोटे if like these two are running the federation and he wants to stop him from running the federation, he will put a case and everything will be so that's a challenge. And that's again that will come is same like you know creating that board where you have to represent people, you have to choose people from the same thing will happen there also. So how fair they are with the tribunal, how fair they are with the federations, that is going to be seen in the future.
To sum it up, I mean, Jimmy sir, अगर आपके कुछ final words हैं on this, you know, how to tackle this problem, or
you know, I had a meeting post Khelo India Winter Games in 2024. So the Secretary Sports had invited me over, and she gave her viewpoint on winter sports. And during that conversation, she did mention that the number of cases that they have to reply to in day-to-day basis, बोला कि हम कोर्ट केसेस को सॉल्व करें कि इंडिया की स्पोर्ट्स को डेवलप करवाएं. So the role, I mean, the number of kind of cases. Now each high court of each state has a different understanding about a dispute. So if something is going wrong, the other party will come out in Delhi High Court, this was the judgment. So they refer to that judgment, and then that court probably has already given a contradictory judgment. So all these things, if they come into the tribunal, is a very good thing. Again, the issue will come up on who is going to be heading the tribunal. It is going to be very tricky in that matter. And we did mention about an NSF about wrestling, whereas because I happen to know those gentlemen, over there, I think the players were more to blame than the administrators. I don't know, we might have contradictory view, but since I was very close, so I knew exactly what was going on. And eventually the truth came out when they stood for elections, the players stood for elections. So that was whatever it's said and done. There are always ways and means to get back into the position what they wanted to hold back. NSF's conduct of NSF's is again very challenging in the sense that we are ourselves to blame for the reputation what we carry in the mindset of general public. Everyone blames the federation, but none of them. So we tend to get more of bad publicity, but the good publicity never comes into us. What the good the administrators have done, that never comes out because it's like increasing TRP rating होती है तो NSF को बलि का बकरा बना देते हैं, but it is not the thing. I mean, if you have our gold medalist in javelin Neeraj Chopra, I mean, what has government done with nothing? It is all because of the federation or his personal effort which he has become an Olympic medalist. It's got nothing to do with now. Army also is taking claim for his success. General sports is also claiming his success. So riding, I mean, success has too many fathers, but failure has none. That's the story. I mean, today I would like to think that our success is because of our own making. It is not for anyone's. I can't let anyone stake claim to that. Whatever gets we have done, and God willing, I think cricket is one of the examples where in 1983 till the time they won the world championship, no one was there to hold their hand. आई मीन क्रिकेट खेलना है तो बच्चे को गालियाँ मारते थे कि क्या क्रिकेट पे टाइम लगा रहे हैं। आज अपना बच्चा सब बोलते हैं क्रिकेट खेलो क्रिकेट खेलो क्रिकेट खेलो, ऐसा बहुत है। सो यू हैव टू हैव दैट, आई मीन ओवर हियर the hockey league, national hockey league of ice hockey is amongst the top 3 money earners in this thing. Our unki population is not even 1/10 of our population. So if you ask me, India has the consumption level of any sport is very high in India only, possibly China also, but any sport can make money in India, provided given the facility and equal patronage as given to other sports. So you can have all the leagues can be making money. It's not only cricket. I mean, IPL is number 2, I think, in money crosses, I think, worldwide. Yeah, and English Premier League is number 1, I think. Yeah. So among the top 5, but sports is a good career for sports science people for us and everyone, and the players can make money also. It's good career opportunity for them. I can't say that it is not, but it will in the long run, but it takes time. It's taken me 10 or 12 odd years to be reaching this level. Possibly we should be in World Championship Division 1 sooner or later. And by 2042, I think we should be in the medal contention for.
So what matters is, what I can understand, sir, what matters is as we conclude this session, is that we should not lose hope. We should not lose hope. There is a law, there are some proposals, and there are going to be implementational challenges, but we should not lose hope that yes, because there are people like Dr. Sarthak Patnaik, like the legends that you're seeing with me, they're sharing the stage with me. So these are all people who are, putting their best effort so that at the end of the day, India gets a medal. It's not a federation or it's not just an association. It's the fact, it's the love for the sport, and India gets a medal. Before ending, I would also like to say, I just want, something that is very disturbing. A few days back about this Haryana incident, sir, about these basketball players who died. So we should also do something to uplift the sports infrastructure. Not just the law, but what we want is better infrastructure. So ending on that, I think this session, I mean, anything like anyone wants to add to it. So besides law, we also need to do something for sports infrastructure so that each athlete that goes to play for the country, he or she should be safe. When it's not, he or she is not it's not just an instrument or a tool that will fetch us the medal. We have to think about their safety, security, well-being, mental health, everything, every aspect of life. It's not the speed, the thrill that we see on televisions, that we see at the stadium. But they are human beings. They have every right to live with dignity and a very safe life like you and me do. So on that note, we would like to conclude the session. And okay, we will take some few questions, quick questions. We have one question from sir. Okay, sir, I'll come.
Yeah, good afternoon. It was a very engaging session. So I was listening to you all, and somewhere, because all of you are journalists, either in the print or I'm connected to journalism, as I saw. Somewhere I see that amongst this, players, officials, federation, and all these, that we somehow miss the sports fan, okay, what they want and their needs. And very often, you know, I see that somehow this is also a part of journalism, that I want to see critics in journalism, asking hard-hitting questions, okay? Because I know that we know about, you know, these laws, etc. We have seen, I was also mentioning this to Shashagi, that in the football scene, I have seen, at least in my lifetime, you know, AIF president from all politicians, Veeranjan Das Yoshi, then we had Praful Patel, then we have this chap. So we need some kind of profession. It's a full-time professional sport now, and not some, you know, politician who divides his time. So we know all about this. Now what pains me to see is, you know, as a sports fan, I used to, and I told this to Sandeep Goenka when he came up with his ATK team of red and white stripes. I was mentioning in Calcutta they were not getting crowds. He only got it when he changed the, you know, jersey to the maroon and green, and that emotion is something that you connect with sports fans, and you know that brings in revenues and all those sports broadcasting. So this aspect, I think, of journalism, sadly speaking, I see it lost now in this, you know, thing, which I think, number one, talking about sportsmen, and number two, it also encourages the grassroots thing, talent, which I used to see earlier in Bengal also. They used to go to the districts for tournaments, etc. And then that is how, you know, you develop, these people would come play the Calcutta Football League. From there they would go to Mumbai and East Bengal and so on. So it is at this level that Mr. Karana was also telling, from you don't develop them after 21, 22 years. You start developing them 9, 10, 11 years old. That's how it should be. So somewhere, you know, I feel that the whole picture of the sports fan is being, you know, missed out in all these things.
Super point you make, really fabulous. Why don't we all clap for him because it's really fabulous. My answer to you, sir, is very simple, and it comes in the form of two questions. This is for everybody at the back. How many of you are on Instagram? Or on any form of social media? How many? Can you raise your hand higher, please? Yeah, so there's a lot of hands. How many of you read today's newspaper? Sir, you see around, there's one hand that has gone up. So what is happening is, today the athlete has got a direct access to you as a fan through his social media. You ask them if they follow Lionel Messi, many hands will go up. If you ask them they follow Ronaldo, then many hands will go up. Virat Kohli, many hands will go up. Dhoni, many hands will go up. How many of you read Times of India? Hands are down. Now, the challenge for us as journalists is to engage you as a fan, is to try and tell you stories that the player is not telling you directly. You look at Ravichandran Ashwin, fantastic bowler in his time. He's got his own YouTube channel. He's a Tamilian who grew up in Chennai, but he does Hindi programs because he knows he's got a large audience with women. They run a fabulous YouTube channel. He's able to talk directly to you through his YouTube channel. He doesn't need me to tell his story anymore. So as a journalist, I have got a challenge. I have to find what engages you and then try and serve you with that kind of a menu so that you source some of it from me. And because it is a journey, when technology came in, I'm into my 60s. I grew up listening to All India Radio. And then as I grew into a journalist, I discovered that television was a competitor. People were watching live telecast, so I had to tell my story differently from before. पहले होता था कि Nawab Patodi won the toss, he chose to bat, this was the 11. It used to come in sequential order. Journalism changed when television came, everybody seeing the match. So now my challenge is to tell the story differently for you to read it. Now today, the player is himself talking to the fan directly. So my challenges have changed. And the one example I give is of sugarcane juice being extracted. Everybody has seen sugarcane juice being extracted. The cane is first put in straight, between the two cylinders and it drains a lot of juice. Then the juice maker folds it in half and sends it in again. And then the third time he wrings it a little bit, like in kapde ko marodte वैसे मरोड़ के he puts it in. Every bit of juice, every drop of juice is out. Now live telecast is the straight, whatever goes in straight. Or शाम को Sunil Gavaskar, Navjot Sidhu, Kapil Dev, they are on television. That is when it is folded and sent in. Now मेरे को मरोड़ के निकालना होता है one drop of juice for you to read what I am writing. So that's the challenge that me and my colleagues are facing. I'm sure we will overcome over the
So I come from the broadcast industry, sir, follow here also said. The biggest problem, as you said, when we are showing, nowadays, you can see the numbers, 90 crores watching the match. Everything is already been told. The story has been told. Now the print will come in the morning, early morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. Nobody wants to read the same story if there is something new. As you said, fan is the most important part. Earlier we used to have, English commentary was the key for a broadcaster. We used to have English commentary all over the broadcast network. Suddenly we found that, Hindi तो बहुत लोग बोलते हैं, इतने सारे लोग बोलते हैं. Hindi became number one. So for a star का Hindi number one है. And the difference between them is, in terms of ratings, bar rating is huge. It is more than 3 times, Hindi language. So we channel, print, everyone generally do their kind of evolution according to the fans. Fans are the most important for everyone. For us also, we have to see the data every week because every week bar ka data aata hai. Digitally now OTT platforms are coming. You will get the data instantly. You will get the comment instantly. If something is going wrong on the live television, you will find that there is a comment box where you find that ये गलत कैमरा आपने काट दिया, ये गलत शॉट दिखा दिया आपने. So that is how the things have changed. Reels पे चले गए हैं लोग, बहुत सारे चीजों को आप जाते हो तो आपके लिए अगला दिन बासी खबर है वो खबर ही बासी है. तो जब तक आप अखबार कौन सा पढ़ते हो ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. Which newspaper generally you sir पढ़ते हो? हाँ तो वही वो गड़बड़ है. जो फैन वाली स्टोरी पढ़ते तो इंडियन एक्सप्रेस या हिंदू पढ़वा.
I'll tell you, so I'll take one more minute. I'll tell you a little story, sir. Some of these stories don't get into print. I wrote about a woman who ran 5 kilometers on a treadmill. कितने लोग इधर 5 किलोमीटर दौड़ते हैं treadmill में? मैम एक है. पीछे 2-3 हाथ उठ गए. No big deal. 5 kilometers. Running on a treadmill 1 घंटे में 5 किलोमीटर. No big deal. But this woman delivered a baby inside 3 hours. Treadmill में दौड़ी है, फिर hospital जाके she delivered a baby. Amazing story. And she did it for 2 babies. She did it twice. हमारे देश में हम बोलते हैं लड़की बेटा तेरे 3 महीने हो गए, you are pregnant, now you rest. माँ के घर भेज देते हैं. ये लड़की treadmill में दौड़ के फिर जाके करती है. To me she is an inspiration. Now how many people are interested in a story like that? मेरे को उसका reel बनाना होगा. At 60 plus of years of age, I have to learn how to make a reel. I have to interview her and then produce. वो नीचे graphics के साथ लिखना होगा कि this is an inspirational story. फिर उसका consumption होगा. फिर then some newspaper will follow it up with a story. But I've written about her in 2016. But there are no takers for stories like this. Everybody wants a controversy. What is happening between Gautam Gambhir and Virat Kohli? They are not interested in what's happening in that 75-yard circle because it is live on television. They want me to tell them the story of a fight between the two of them. If there is a fight, what is the fight about? How am I supposed to know? Right? So there are challenges that journalists are facing. But I'm sure wiser people than I are thinking about how to overcome those challenges and still relate to the fans. Thank you so much for this.
So this is the end of the session. But to the sports fans, there's also an announcement. If you really want to know about the athletes, what they do, how they live, how they get the medals for us, please do also read SSI Fanzine. We have a website of our own, and also it's on your table. So I think the cover story is on